Good morning. I'm Debbie Hart, and I'm excited to serve as the President and CEO of BioNJ and as the moderator of today's sessions. I hope that you and your colleagues and your families have been staying safe and well in this extraordinary time. So I'd like to thank you for joining us for today's important and timely conversation. Our mission at BioNJ, as many of you know, is to support New Jersey's vibrant life sciences ecosystem where science is supported, companies are created, drugs are developed, and patients are paramount. And we want to create more of that because, as we all know, patients can't wait. So today's program is really to the core of our mission. A special thank you to our hardworking volunteer committee whose contributions have been vital to today's program, and you'll see their yeoman's work throughout the day. Thank you also to our very generous sponsors. You see them on the screen in front of you. We literally could not do it without you. Also, I'd like to welcome back our multi-year partner in this effort, McKinsey & Company, which is our brand sponsor. A special thank you also to Associate Partner Katie Kelleher at McKinsey for all of her hard work in getting us here this morning. Unfortunately, last minute, Katie was unable to join us today. However, we promised to make her proud, and she'll be represented by Sudhi Agarwal, who will fill in for her speaking spot. So New Jersey continues to lead the way in biopharma manufacturing with 139 FDA registered facilities in the Garden State alone. And that number continues to grow as more and more companies are choosing to call New Jersey home for their manufacturing headquarters. As the most recent prime example, BeiGene announced that they are building a new manufacturing and clinical R&D center at the Princeton West Innovation Park in Hopewell with over 1 million square feet, and they will be recruiting hundreds of new hires. Biopharma manufacturing has been evolving rapidly and even more so in COVID-19, as we all know, certainly, and we'll see and hear today. So we're going to take a look back at the past year and identify trends, best practices, and lessons we've learned in vaccines and therapeutics manufacturing, including new technologies and unprecedented supply chain demand and resiliency. And much of that we will be taking forward as we go on from COVID-19. So to lead these discussions is an impressive roster of thought leaders, but I think you already know that because I think that's probably why you're here. So we'll dive right in and get the program started. So I'd ask you or invite you to place your screen in speaker mode, and you can type your questions for our presenters in the chat box. So to set the stage for today's program, I'd ask you to please join me in welcoming a very popular, returning by popular demand partner and speaker at McKinsey & Company, Andrea Gennari. Welcome back, Andrea. Thanks for coming once again this year. It's over to you.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you so much. Maybe I'd start with a quick words of introduction. So I'm a partner based in McKinsey London office. I lead globally our biologics operations service line, working at the intersection of biomanufacturing and biologic across modality from antibody to new modalities as a cell and gene therapeutic. Today I have really the pleasure and an honor to being the first to share food for thoughts for today's exciting events. So I think one important premise is that COVID-19 has been first and foremost a humanitarian crisis, has actually taken millions of lives and is still affecting billions of lives across the world. So it's been an incredible tragedy, but at the same time, the pharma world has seen a major acceleration of innovation and overall improvements and where we would like to put our eyes on and having a magnifying lens. So let's focus on that part of the COVID-19, which is still affecting us. If we go next, 2 slides, please. Yes, maybe I will start putting a little bit into context where the pandemic has hit the pharmaceutical world. So you will see 2020 on the right-hand side of this page that represent the global pipeline from phase 1 to phase 3 across several modalities. On 2020, as I was saying, on the right-hand side of this graph, is where a pandemic has hit the globe, you will see already that one big difference as opposed to when this pandemic would have hit us, let's say 10 years ago, is that biologics, and in particular a third wave of modalities such as cell and gene therapeutics, is actually representing almost half of the entire pipeline of our industry. So this means that the pandemic has hit already in a moment in time where there was a true biorevolution ongoing in the industry, hence has found a really fertile ground to accelerate many of the technology that we'll see in today's presentation. If we go next, just a quick nuggets on how the pharma industry has responded. We have surveyed site head and manufacturing leaders. And then what we have seen is two key messages that came across. So one is that the majority, you'll see this number, 86% were able to continue operations. So they show the resilience in keeping their manufacturing sites running, which in a way was also driven by the need of both vaccine and therapeutic. But on the other end, was no doubt that they were affected in their day-to-day operations. Yeah, one and above all, where 2/3 of the company faced insufficient raw material. In the bioprocessing world, we all have seen lack of especially a single-use disposable material, given there was a high concentration of small-scale vaccine technologies across the globe, and many, of course, have made the news. And indeed, these came with not few challenges. Yeah, if we move next. As I was saying at the beginning, we like to focus on the innovation side of these events, of this pandemic, and then maybe stepping back for a second, we have seen, and history is teaching us that when these moment of challenge happens, is where innovation is really spurred and enhanced. So not everyone might know that at the beginning of 2000, when there was a SARS first pandemic, was really the rise of the e-commerce in Asia, and in particular, one nascent player, Alibaba, was able to really change their operating model and serving a new needs of people locked down in their home. Is really what created a big opportunity for such a player. And then you'll see 10 years later with the financial crisis, there's a big shift from asset-heavy industry and economies to light asset, and then the start of basically sharing economy. Yeah? And we all know many of the companies in this space. So now let's see what similar type of disruption innovation have happened and still are being fueled by COVID when it comes to biomanufacturing. Maybe if we go next. So it's hard to really distill what are the key big acceleration, but in the next page we have put what we believe are the main one, and in the next few slides we'll try to unpack some of these. Yeah. So starting from the left-hand side, we have seen acceleration of technologies, both seen as a modality, but also as a new manufacturing innovation and platform. So we have seen acceleration of development timeline. We all have seen that, of course, bringing vaccine in basically less than a year. But there's a lot of lessons learned to be applicable also to broader industry going forward. So the adoption of digital and new way of working is another major dimensions of innovation. As a fourth one, we have seen not only at the macro level, but also at the, let's say, medium and micro level speed acceleration, especially when it comes to site ramp up, new business case development and execution, as well as a tech transfer. There's been a dramatic speed improvement that will be taken forward by the industry. And finally, if we step back and see the end-to-end, the supply chain, all players, and we'll see some data, have actively worked in making their end-to-end supply chain more resilient, yeah, in a very holistic manner. So Starting next next page, please. From the acceleration of a technology, let's take first a modality lens. Yeah. So of course, during COVID, not only vaccine but also therapeutic were developed. Now, focusing specifically on the vaccine side of it, you see here the update snapshot as of a couple of weeks back. There were more than 300 vaccine in development, where you will recognize half of them actually were what is considered a new modalities, a new manufacturing platform. So some of these, like the DNA vaccine, were only used in the veterinary application. The viral vector, what is also referred to as gene therapy, was mainly focusing on, actually still mainly focusing on rare disease applications, so very limited patient population. And finally, RNA never seen a commercial application before. All of these has been true for during these last 12, 24 months. And so what is really important also for this group from a biomanufacturing perspective and a broader operations perspective is that these has created an acceleration chamber of this supply chain where the water was really run through the pipes. So we have seen not only those manufacturing platform coming alive, but also we've seen the whole supply chain being tested. For example, the cold chain management has been a huge topic when really the whole industry has geared up when it comes to ultra freezing condition management. Healthcare provider has been acquainted to deal with these new modalities as well. These are all things that beside for a future pandemic, also for many biotherapeutic in this space will be used. So a small remark to BioNJ, as you can see there's some mark on the screen, at least I can see those, maybe those could be removed, cancelled. If we go on the next slide. So now, this was not a one-off. When we surveyed industry leaders, they believe going forward from 2020 onwards, there will be an acceleration of the pipeline development for this modality. In particular, this was specifically for RNA, where it's believed in less than 10 years from now, there will be more pipeline asset just for RNA than in the whole new modalities, which are at the moment in the range of 1,000. So still, it's very bullish view from pharma company, VC and academia on that front. And what is interesting, and we'll see in the next page, that leaders believe that this will not be only related to vaccine, and but it will expand to infectious disease and also to therapeutic, disrupting and putting pressures also to other modalities, of course. So if we go next, the implication for these will definitely be, as I was mentioning, that other modality will feel the pressure of time in terms of time to market, efficacy, and the scale of production. There will be also new supply chain being created. For example, there's been a skyrocket demand when it comes to input for these new modalities. For example, mRNA, again, it's the industry was not ready to absorb all those lipid nanoparticles, plasmids, and then this has really created a large ecosystem of new players and supplier, which of course have inputted a lot of money and funding and growth in that space. But if we again now step aside from the pure modalities and technology platform and look a little bit more broader end-to-end manufacturing technology, which we'll see in the next slides, what we have also mapped and seen many new technologies adopted and used during these 24 month period. All of these, as you can see, not only bringing more scale and output yield, but also impacting COGS, but also quality robustness, and to a certain extent modularity. really from a drug substance manufacturing to purification and up to packaging and the actual distribution. Some example you'll see in the next page. So we have seen, for example, adoption of high throughput manufacturing platform with the high density bioreactor. There's been some public announcement that it will be used, especially in some emerging geography. These type of bioreactor offer, several folds increase in terms of output and same several fold decrease in terms of space requirement. We have seen in the drug product, in sterile fill and finish, also innovation starting from the actual vials be used with special material to allow faster speed of the line to new disruptive technology such as plastic bags to contain hundreds of those, not only tens of those like we see currently supplied. We also have seen the blow fill seal technology, which simplify the whole supply chain and raw material aspect of these process. And then finally, on the right hand side, the common pattern we also have seen, you'll see also in some next slides in my presentation, is the modular clean room technology. Of course, these are not a new technologies, been in the industry since a decade already. However, during this pandemic, I would say that we have seen the vast majority of business case being based on these new way of approaching capex. Why? Not only because basically it's faster, this can be pre-validated before and plugged into current manufacturing site, but also because they allow what is becoming almost a new imperative, which is the flexibility and adaptability. Yeah, so these allow you not to make all the choices before, and we have seen all of that provided by many players in the last year. So just some example, not only about new modality being mainstream, but also a lot of new technologies being adopted. So if you go next, now we look at the timeline aspect, and in the next slide, I will not spend too much time, as you're all familiar with this speed of time to market. We have witnessed with the vaccine. This infographic here gives a little bit of a sense of where this was faster versus what traditionally we would see. What is interesting though is what are the drivers and what are the lessons learned, what are some dimensions that can help achieving these going forward. And in the next slide, we try to distill and then list some of the lessons learned that can be brought also, as you can see, to other vaccine or other therapeutics on the right hand side, and then some which have been in a way more structurally related, of course, to the current pandemic, but still they can offer good insights and levers going forward. So this starts from regulators, which played a huge role. So they have been faster in reviewing application. They've been flexible in accepting rolling review and adding data packages later. This has offered immense speed to the time to market to bring this vaccine and also therapeutics, many antibodies as well, to the market. The second one has been very disease specific, but basically the genome of the coronavirus was basically published on January 2020, so soon after the onset of the pandemic, and then since then it's been an incredible data sharing among the community scientific world. So hence this has played a huge role, and going forward this transparency and data sharing and responsiveness will also be critical for a future disease pandemic, but also, as I said, therapeutics. So there's been the technology play a role. So RNA clearly offer max speed, and we have seen this already. So on the right hand side, you see all other two levers that also are more traditional, right? But still have been accelerated heavily in this process. One is the investment at risk. So we actually have seen in many cases company pre-booking slots for equipment, ordering long lead times, processing units already all at risk. That's becoming almost a common practice. And frankly, we do see that happening also for now in beyond pandemic situation as well. So definitely that's a lesson learned. And finally, operational excellence has really seen the accelerator on where critical path mapping and of course removal the unnecessary tasks and to expedite not only the overall development but all those sub processes, from change control, from tech transfer, from ramp up operations. So in the next slide, we try to also to allocate a little bit how do we believe this has played a role in shrinking debt. But of course, some of these cannot be taken in isolation. It's been a concurrent adoption of all these levers that I just mentioned that really made possible these complete compression of timeline. And again, here is important to know that this is not a single player effort, but it's like an ecosystem play. Yeah? And the ecosystem play will be a key team going forward when it comes to bringing forward this innovation. There was the second major theme. It's around the speed and lesson learned when it comes to development. The next slide, we unpack another important point, which touches upon the new way of working and the adoption of digital. It's a little bit like the new modalities. This was a train and a ship that was already sailed, basically. But what COVID did is basically turbocharged and boosted those new way of working. In the next slides, as usual, we'll try to put some numbers to give you a sense of what the industry is feeling around it. So basically, more than 90%, of the industry will believe that they will go into a hybrid way of working, or they will also rethink the way they do and train their personnel. So this means that the way people will operate from now onwards will be different, from the in-person interaction. I mean, we're all witnessing this today. To the way also some critical tasks such as training or expert support will be provided. In the next slide, you can also see zooming a little bit out. This pandemic has in general changed the way the pharma world, but in general society is operating. So from we have witnessed an increased connectivity. An example of this is the data transparency we've seen from incidence prevalence of coronavirus by not only country, but at the city level, in some case, also some municipality level. So there's an element of a data transparency and connection and which has been basically unprecedented. There's a lower transaction cost. So I mean, our meeting is an example of that. But you have seen that in the rest of the industry, where many of the tasks, in some cases, where rituals have been shifted to actual remote, and then they've kept the in-persons only to the essential, and then an extreme acceleration in terms of automation and what we call societal expectation shift. But basically, we've seen a different wave of patients engaging with the pharma world and pharma community, where there's been much more communication and also visibility on the process of advancing some of these therapeutic and manufacturing at scale these vaccines. So all of that now bringing back to what we're seeing specifically in biomanufacturing in the next page. I want to highlight a couple of examples where digital in COVID time, when it comes to biomanufacturing, was adopted in several use cases. So I will say, to my personal experience, first and foremost, on the left-hand side, there's two great examples that I will share a few words on. So the advanced analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, when it comes to increasing output or of bioprocessing, has been extremely essential. Why the assets were fixed parameters in most cases in the industry. Of course, the sites repurpose their capacity, expanded where possible, but for the most part, the assets were fixed. So it was essential to ensure this process was highly repeatable, that quality events were prevented or investigated quickly. So digital provided a huge boost to this type of outcome. The second one, and I referred to that also before. I mean, again, we are a live example of that. The increase of remote collaboration as well as augmented reality. This is not only Zoom meeting, but these have been done by regulatory inspection, customer visit, and also, as I mentioned before, training of a GMP operator in immersive reality. So these has all been accelerated during these pandemic time. Of course, robotics played a huge role. That more applicable to medical devices and high throughput as well product. If we go next, the last two, maybe we skip this one. Maybe we go next again. The other two key message I want to send in terms of innovation, as I was saying before, we have not seen only a macro level acceleration of a timeline, but this has been applied also at the micro level. Yeah, these are at single process level, but also at the site startup level, at tech transfer level. These are all breaking records in terms of timeline. So a few examples in the next page. So one thing to remind, and you can see on the left-hand side, is that this has all happened in an era of a big uncertainty and a moving factor, right? So there's been a lot of supply disruption, as I mentioned before, in terms of disposable bioprocessing equipment or key critical input material due to surge of demand. There's been a variation of demand forecasted volume. Of course, as more vaccines were coming online and also based on in government direction, we've seen that maybe business cases of a facility with a given volume were shifting to different values, as also patients and the world community were making choices in terms of what to adopt or not. So a big let's say uncertainty dimensions there. And again, many government stimulus when it comes to a new facility design and this regionalization and re-onshoring to have vaccine sovereignty. So all these were big swing factors that made all these more uncertain. But however, we've seen lots of innovation in the space. So three above all, and also not only innovation but also different way of approaching such decision. Yeah, one was definitely the acceleration of the capex timeline. This is not only the best practice I was sharing before in terms of compressing the timeline, but it's really a different way of thinking. Now industry think about capex timeline not in years as it used to, 3, 4, 5 years, but more in a matter of months. Yeah, and there's been quite a big shift, change in mindset of the engineering community and the operations head. The location criteria decisions have changed now, especially when it comes to resilience of supply chain but also country resilience itself. This is play now a big role in terms of independent decision making, but also in a way it adds a factor in the complexity of location decision, let's say for biomanufacturing. And finally, the technology flexibility. That has changed dramatically. What in the industry was more an exception to think about modality agnostic or multi-modality build outs now is becoming almost a quite, I would say, common or very often used practices. There's so much uncertainty going forward that companies do put forward the business case for a given technology, knowing that they can repurpose that plant to adopt other modalities. So hence, thinking about modular design, as I was mentioning before, but also more flexible manufacturing platform that can be repurposed as needed with relatively little adjustment. If we go maybe in the last one, and this will be my closing remark, maybe we skip this one, Debbie, and we go on page 35. So the last, I wanted to close with the last dimensions that we've seen changing in the industry, and this is about this end-to-end supply chain resilience. The supply chain resilience is quite a holistic theme. It comes through different dimensions, not only the most traditional in terms of footprint choices, make versus buy strategy, dual multi-sourcing, but also when it comes to sophistication in supply chain planning practices with the aid also of digital boost. There's been a big shift in this field when it comes to retrain and reskill operator, as well as increasing the attention to risk mitigation. Just to put some numbers on some of this team in the next page, and especially on the right-hand side, you will see that in the last 18 months, basically, more than 80% across the board of the surveyed companies took action to increase the resilience of their supply chain. So as you will see, first and foremost, the traditional levers such as increasing inventory, especially for critical raw material or dual sourcing, moving to more centralized and sophisticated supply chain visibility and planning tool, especially when it comes to multi-scenario creation in the context of this uncertainty and the optimization. The bottom part speaks to that new way of working. Actually, company supply chain organization have actually either reskill trained operator in digital application or acquire new talent in that field. So the way this organization work, at least for half in there of the surveyed example, made a action from that point of view. And then finally, we had also a different, an increase of approach in terms of risk management. Now, risk management in pharma has always been quite high. Despite that, as you can see, more than half of the companies surveyed have increased the tiering and monitoring of their supplier, as well as having a more proactive way of demand management and demand risk, increase the time horizon of anticipation of events. So I think this page closes a little bit my sharing on food for thoughts. If you go on the last page, there's a page 38. I want to just bring it back to all the team that I mentioned. So again, there was a lot to unpack. It's been quite an holistic and multidimensional challenge and innovation, let's say, booster. Again, technology, development speed, adoption of digital, acceleration of sub-processes, and finally, the resilience are key themes that the industry will bring forward, and we'll see in the next 5-10 years, seeing some enhancement on those dimensions based on what COVID brought. With that end, I close my speech and welcome any question.
Thank you, Andrea. You know, a lot to unpack there, as you said. So many challenges met with such amazing resilience. and lots of opportunity there. Lots of things to think about. So we do have a couple questions. So you talked about AI and AR. What have you seen manufacturing adopting in terms of these processes?
Yeah. So one, when it comes to artificial intelligence, we have seen several use cases, especially in the context of a quality events and CAPA investigation. So what used to be quite a manual and labor-intensive work in trying to gather all the information, this has become not only immediate, almost real time to get all the data, but also the processing and the correlation, which gave a strong boost to investigator in terms of a quality event. So that has been one of the main and most common application of artificial intelligence. Again, this is not to make choice instead of people, but to give all the elements they need to decide faster and show correlation and causation more speedy. The other one, augmented reality, the big set I've seen has been around the training of workforce. Yeah, so especially when it comes to all these constraints in terms of a movement of people, especially with the limitation of a travel to specific training centers. So this has really been boosted during this pandemic.
Okay, great, thank you. And so another question, how do you think that biopharma manufacturing leaders can maximize the opportunity that the trends that, we heard from you today, how can they do that?
Well, that's a great question, right? And I can share my point of view, and of course, welcome also others. Maybe there's some people unpack also during the panel, because I think that's the key question, right? It will be one of the biggest loss we might have after this pandemic if we don't carry forward some of the great practices that we have seen. So, and then frankly, I think one way to definitely carry them forward is remembering that some glass ceiling were broken, right? What we thought was impossible now is possible. When an example of that that I love when as a part of our work, we try to optimize process and work with the players. When we optimize the tech transfers, so one of the big changes that we always started to lay down a map, which was in months as a unit of measure. And then since the last 12 months, I've never seen a map which was in months for tech transfer, but always weeks, in some cases, of course, to daily granularity. So bringing forward not only the actual lesson learned, but actually the mindset, right? Breaking those paradigms is going to be very important, especially leaders should role model that aspect.
Perfect, thank you. And we're going to hear, real life example, and when we hear from our Moderna leaders later, and lots of things in between. So thank you so much, Andrea. Any final thought from you?
No. So I hope that there was broad enough to sparkle as many thoughts as possible. And thanks a lot for the great question and the attention. And looking forward to hearing the rest of the day.
Thank you, Andrea. Terrific, as always. So let's see. So next we are going to hear from a panel of experts who will be discussing vaccines and therapeutics, the emergence of new technologies and approaches. And to lead the conversation, we would welcome, we mentioned her before, Stuti Agarwal is here on behalf of Katie Kelleher, and ready to go, and a long time another McKinsey partner and friend, associate partner, Stuti Agarwal. Stuti, welcome, and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Good morning, everyone. Just a quick intro. Stuti Agarwal, associate partner from McKinsey's New Jersey office. I've been working in the biopharma industry with and previous to McKinsey for the last 10 years. So I'm extremely excited about our discussion this morning. I'm very excited to moderate the first panel for today. The topic for our panel this morning is emergence of new technologies and approaches in vaccines and therapeutics. And so we'll cover, the big trends that we saw and the best practices lessons learned, and the emergence of new technologies, all at Andrea just mentioned, all at lightning speed to market. So exciting topic for this panel. And with that, I'm going to welcome our esteemed panelists for the day. We have Annalisa Baril from Thermo Fisher Scientific, Ryan Sadi from BioNJ, and Pamela Civic from Pfizer. I think we'll start with a quick round of introductions. Annalisa, over to you.
Thank you, Stuti. Good morning, everyone. My name is Annalisa Barile. I'm working for Thermo Fisher since 12 years now, and I'm the Vice President and General Manager of the Monza site based in Italy. This is mostly a fill and finish site for sterile products, working with several clients offering manufacturing services in commercial and clinical phases. Thanks, everyone, for hosting me today.
Thank you, Annalisa. Ryan, would you like to introduce yourself to everyone?
Sure. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Shruti. I'm Ryan Sadi. I happen to be the founder and the chairman of the BioNJ, but I am fascinated. I must acknowledge this is the most exciting conference. Andrea just fascinated me and made all my points, so I can probably just go home. I spend most of my academic life in infectious diseases, pandemic, and unfortunately studying this particular virus, RNA virus. And we started BioNJ really with a different objective to really find a cure for oncology. And here we are. We are in COVID-19. So look forward to hearing and learning from all of you.
Thank you, Ryan. Pamela, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Pamela Civic. I'm with Pfizer, been with Pfizer for about 30 years, located in Kalamazoo, Michigan. I work in our new product space within our global supply organization. And so my specific role and focus is around new modalities. So up until, about 2 years ago, that was really mostly gene therapy until we entered a collaboration with our partner BioNTech when we started to explore messenger RNA. And so I was quickly involved then with the COVID project once that kicked off last year.
Thank you, Pamela. And I think that's a wonderful segue into our first question, which is to you, Pamela. What were the factors that enabled you to get your COVID vaccine to the market faster? I think as you just mentioned, that was really a big change for you. And which of these elements do you think would be relevant to other non-COVID therapeutics?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, so I gave this some thought, right? And there's certainly lots of things, but I think maybe an overarching theme that we think about, right, was, sort of from the beginning, the assumption was just assume success. Assume we have a candidate, assume it works in the clinic, assume you have every resource available to you to deliver this and have it by October. That was sort of from our CEO, right, from the beginning, right? So when you start literally on day one with that mindset, of course it's overwhelming, but as we put the plans together, it did sort of uncuff certain things. I think all of us that work in the pre-licensure space deal with stage gating, milestones, things like that. You sort of put that to aside. And, you're not just spending time doing ROIs and things like that, right? This is what I need. You're thinking with the end in mind and doing things in parallel, and not just our activities in manufacturing, of course, working with R&D, commercial, et cetera, literally on top of each other, right? So communication, that integration of all that planning was quite complex. But for us, again, the end in mind everywhere of what investments do I need to have the facilities, the people, all the way through the distribution channels, right? So I think with that, then you think about, the quick decision-making required. Again, I talked about the integrated communication, the idea you constantly have to have plan A, plan B, plan C, et cetera, because you make all those assumptions, but you know, along the way, the data will change, the information will change. In our case, right, we had multiple constructs in the clinic. So which one are they going to pick? And you work, and that's at every level with our suppliers, our partners, et cetera. So, you know, when I think about that and how it applies to other therapeutics, there's definitely learnings in there, especially around the technology, right, in the messenger and RNA technology. At the same time, speaking personally, I obviously hope we never are in this situation again, that there's this singularity of purpose across the world, because that means we're in another global pandemic that's unprecedented. So I hope we don't have to replicate that. And I don't think necessarily not worrying about ROI, of course, is the most important thing to do. So you know, there's certain aspects that we're gleaning those learnings from to apply to other things, especially within our mRNA pipeline. But some of these broader, bigger things, right? I hope we don't have to reproduce that in the future, to be quite honest. I didn't mention the regulatory interaction because I think that will come up in another question, but clearly the engagement, when I say the singularity of purpose, that was industry, that was public partnerships, you know, private, as well as all the global health authorities. So I don't want to minimize that. That was absolutely key, but I think we'll dive into that in another question.
Yeah, thank you, Pamela. And you know, curious to hear maybe from Ryan as well. Which of these factors that you mentioned, Pamela, do you think would be relevant to non-COVID therapeutics as well? So I think I heard you. I heard you say something around governance, if I heard you right. Of course, making sure that, you know, we don't want to be in the singularity world that you mentioned as well, right? Any specific lessons, Ryan, that you think would be relevant to other non-COVID related therapeutics there?
Absolutely. I think I cannot agree more what actually Pamela has said. But one thing from my own learning, so I am actually not a newcomer to this industry. I have actually spent almost 30 years in this industry. So I am actually also victim of something actually Pam said, that we are used to this, you know, sort of, you know, do this and do that and always do things sequentially. And not to mention that we work entirely in oncology space and we actually had to make a drastic shift. So what actually we have learned from that is that many of these things, sequential approach, which we always did, it is not an option for the moment. So we actually do simultaneous. So once we are doing preclinical work, at the same time, we are actually finalizing our commercial manufacturing readiness with BioNJ's. It's a classic example, which I could not even actually dream of in the past. So risk taking perhaps. So that's number one. Number two is that the biggest learning for me is that I did not quite realize that I could just pick up the phone and call FDA. And the kind of resources and the support that FDA provided to us, and we felt so special. Now, I mean, that's actually something I guess, you know, FDA ended up probably ruining us, but they're still maintaining their standard, which is important to mention. But everything is actually on the fast track. So I call it, you know, better, faster, and cheaper. Now, why I slightly disagree on that is that I told you about my background, and I am not a stranger to this business. Number one is that this is actually the deadliest pandemic in the history of mankind. It is important to recognize that. After studying this, I thought, you know, I knew all about pandemic. Well, I needed to see one to really realize I knew nothing. The humankind, we got so fortunate, probably the first time in the history of mankind, that we ended up actually having a highly effective vaccine in absolutely almost no time. And if you look at our current situation now, you can call it vaccine inequality. Either actually it is by choice, that I just don't want it, or I cannot have it. But the fact is, this virus requires the living human being to create more variants. It is an RNA virus. It's not a very smart animal. But if you take one example, so in one patient, if it is infected by COVID, you are looking at 100 billion viral particles. So if that kind of opportunity, something like this gets, it is just a random mutation, a statistical probability. We're going to end up with actually variant after variant, which will be immune system evading. You just name it, more infectious, such as Delta, Delta plus, and then we'll run out of the Greek letters. And we could actually stop this. I did not actually realize that that was the magnitude of the pandemic. So I do not believe that personally that we will actually go back the way actually we have done things for over the last 30 or 100 years perhaps. This is going to be the new business model. And that's why I was so fascinated by Andrea's commentary that the entire ecosystem of the healthcare will change. The another thing actually he mentioned is that collaboration between the government and the industry. That is something probably will be in place forever. And the third thing, actually, what you mentioned that absolutely got my attention was that the expectation from the society, the individuals, our fellow citizens, they expect something very different than what actually the expectation was in the past. So we have to keep up with the expectation. But we also actually work in a system where the ROI matters, by the way, right? So we have to find a way to become more efficient. So how do you become better, faster, and cheaper, but equally make sure that your investor is getting fair return? Those are actually not easy things to solve. That would be my, sorry, it's a little bit of a long answer, but that's my observation.
I think you covered it all and all the different aspects really well. So thank you. And Pam, you did mention in your first response that you did have some best practices or lessons learned to share with us on the different engagement model, as Ryan mentioned with regulatory agencies, and Ryan's case, he mentioned you could just pick up the phone call. What would be your reflection on that?
Again, I mean, I believe it was shocking for all of us, right? Even companies that have much experience working hand in hand with boards of health, right? Of just the speed of their response, right? Your ability to answer questions and get questions answered within 24 hours or less. The proverbial pick up the phone, yes, but truly submissions of documentation, right? Moving through the clinical process and having that engagement as we added new lots to the clinic, as we added new sites to the clinical trial, right? So, I mean, I think that in terms of again, it truly took that partnership to make this happen. And then I think, I look beyond it as well, because I mean, even, if we think back, right, the emergency use authorization pathway in the US existed, but not specific to vaccines, never had authorized a vaccine before, right, in that sense. So a lot of new guidelines that came out. EMA chose to go through a marketing authorization pathway, right, conditional approval, but we also had to deal with, and we have been continuing to deal with, as we have scaled up and continue to increase capacity across the industry to support the vaccines, this quote unquote post-approval change space, right? Which is something that is not simple, and we have to maintain those high standards of quality and compliance, but the same focus of speed and acceleration, right, had to be applied when we think about that, right? Standard post-approval changes that could take, 3 to 9 months, just wouldn't work in this situation, right? So how we could work with the boards of health continually. I mean, it is that open dialogue, proposing what if, right? Put this on the table, data-driven decisions, right? So I think, but again, it is the partnership with the boards of health across the world. Would I like to see truly one global authorization? Of course I would, in some sort of utopia, especially as Ryan spoke about, right? What if we were in to face these things again, right? Really examining the value add that every individual country has unique laws and guidelines, right, that we have to go through during that licensure process. Adds certainly complexity, time, and those types of things. So, I mean, in my mind, the best practices really came down to the open and transparent discussions, and that I think both parties were probably always willing to have, but at this point, like any, let's say, reasons why we couldn't, or we perceived that we couldn't, were cast aside from the very beginning. And the tone set, I think, with the very collaborative approach that our boards of health took with all of us, right? To make sure that they were responding to our neat questions and giving us guidance so we could all move towards the same goal in the end.
Thank you. Very inspiring, I must say, Pam. I think I saw a few laughs and definite smiles in your response there. So thank you. Annalisa, the next one's for you. I think Pam mentioned a little bit about the scaling up that the industry had to do. What were the biggest challenges that you faced in ramping up manufacturing and maintaining supply, Annalisa? And what did you do to mitigate those challenges?
Thanks, Tuti, for the question. I hope you can hear me well. So I think I'm hearing from all the colleagues, a lot of experience, and I definitely I'm encouraged by seeing that everyone has the same, felt the same pain and have similar, experience. If I would pick one, I think one that we probably didn't touch in depth was the cold chain scale up. I think, this was very challenging, and we really changed the paradigm in the cold supply chain worldwide. As you know, most of the vaccines require cold chain, custody throughout the course of the different manufacturing steps. And, this was probably the biggest challenge we faced, being, on the fill finish side of the manufacturing chain. And, probably one of the lessons learned that I wanted to share with this team is maybe, again, taking the inspiration of what the colleague said of, and I'm a fan of those backup planning or, plan B building exercises and practices. That's exactly what we, I think this enabled the success so far, as, we were working in parallel, identifying major risks, and the whole supply chain disruption was one of those. For sure, backup planning requires, or maybe as a cons, you can see additional CapEx or OpEx costs in the short term, but in the long term, the cons are much higher because you will, be able to manage a scale up a more rapid scale up, minor risks of supply chain disruption or even interruption. And, definitely, again, reducing risks over quality of the product. So if I would pick one, definitely my lesson learned would be on the cold supply chain paradigm. I think the industry, and we're all saying that as a unique, let's say, opportunity at this moment to enroll programs where the lesson learned becomes the new standards and are sustainable. So I wanted to, again, share and bring the experience on the cold chain as I see this an example where the industry can change the paradigm and create new standards.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Annalisa. Pam, anything you would add to that? Challenges, ramping up manufacturing, and lessons learned from them?
I mean, I think the cold chain is a great example. Again, to make the impossible possible, we had to make that work, right? So it wasn't what is our preferred, right? This is what we had to have happen, and I think that is again sort of reinforcing that's the attitude we had to take across everything. But I think the challenges is sort of I probably foreshadowed in my opening, right? You're having plan A, plan B, plan C because science is driving this development, right? So we know what we're shooting for, we know what we hope to have in terms of stability, product characteristics, et cetera. But as the development progresses, we learn different things and we have to be ready to react. And I think that, the other lesson learned, and I very thankful, I think we recognized early, the criticality of managing that with all of our vendors and partners and suppliers across the supply chain, right? Because as we're scaling up, they need to scale up. They have the same type of planning they have to do, especially in a space like in this case of messenger RNA. There wasn't a commercialized product on the market, right? So not all these sources have been developed to get to all their GMP status of their full capacity. What is full capacity? Did anyone ever envision necessarily these demands, right? Pre-pandemic. So it was again, parallel activities across all those nodes of the supply chain, because at the end of the day, your capacity is where your bottleneck is. And when you continue to work on those things, the bottleneck continues to move. So you have to have that parallel activity across everything and all the nodes of supply. And so, yes, that was a challenge. That was a challenge. And I don't think anyone on this call, is going to argue, of course, right? It's just when it comes to practice and actually trying to achieve it, right? Even like I said, the simplest thing on those communications, right? The paradigms of monthly meetings, it certainly seems like a thing of the past, right? I mean, these are weekly to daily to multiple times a day, just because you have to be reacting to the data that comes in. For me, one of the challenges that was early is as the program moved from phase to phase, more and more people became involved in the program. And you went through this onboarding phase of, it's just such a different paradigm to have to literally meet in the morning and in the afternoon and maybe during the night, right? Just to react to data. That's not how we have worked in the past. And so you had a lot of, going through it over and over again. It was almost like the veterans of 2 weeks understood, but those that joined the project, a couple days earlier were still in shock, right? So you had to get everybody on board. So, I mean, I think that, I'm trying to add some humor there, but yeah, I think that the key for me though is that we all have many partnerships of our suppliers, our nodes, our equipment vendors, right? You just can't name them all. And the only way to achieve something like this is that very integrated view, giving them as much information as you can so they can plan, because we all had to do it at the same time, right? We couldn't hold back and sort of give you more information once we know what we need, right? We all had to do plan A, plan B, plan C. And, again, that's where I came back to, it was a clear number one priority for the world, for all of our vendors, right? And we didn't necessarily have to say, well, this is more important than this project over here. Everyone just knew. And that's the piece that I was speaking about earlier, that I hope that never happened again, more of only because that came out of such desperation for the world, right? And that's the piece that it's not that I don't want to apply all the best practices so that we can get breakthroughs to our patients as quickly as possible and leverage all these learnings. It's more about, I hope that we never face that desperation that I think most of us were at a year or so ago.
Thank you, Pamela. It's interesting. I'm hearing this common thread of collaboration in almost all the answers, right? I think we talked about collaboration within the company. I think you mentioned something around cross-functional collaboration, the weekly, monthly, and in earlier responses, we heard Ryan talk about collaboration with the regulatory authorities. And now, we're talking about collaboration with vendors and partners. So I'm hearing collaboration all across board, probably not a surprise to everyone on this call, a big theme and one of the biggest threads that you guys are mentioning in your answers. Maybe switching gears slightly a little bit, but still sticking with supply chain. Due to the large increase in the demand from COVID vaccines and therapeutics, the overall industry has seen capacity and raw material constraints. Annalisa, this one is for you. Do you think these constraints will continue over the next few years? And if so, what do you think the industry can do to address them?
Of course. I mean, of course they will continue. So yeah, I mean, I think the peak in demand due to COVID-19 vaccines and treatments is definitely yet to come. And, this is as per the projection of the industry leaders in data analysis. So it's, under our eyes. So I think for sure we will face, we still face challenges and, how the industry can address those. I think there is a key enabler that we're practicing, which again, echoing Pam and Ryan comments before, integration. To me, it speaks with data availability and data management. So I think what we need to capitalize is the way the other industries manage the data in a more let me say digital way. So I think and sharing the experience at the site, we're partnering with McKinsey in a program of digitalization that in fact speaks of let's say use and practice and advanced digital performance management. So data are more accessible. There is a cloud of data that you can easily access to, and that can really help the integration that we were all speaking about to face with the upcoming challenges. So I mean, for instance, when it speaks about debottleneck capacity, which is definitely a key for the industry, throughout the course of next year, have accessible real-time data to help and support OE improvement, debottleneck actions. And projects is probably what I think the industry has to think about. Also, again, as a capitalization action, being the latest. There are much more. There are other industries like automotive, for instance, which are leveraging the digitalization of the data. So it's time for the pharma industry to look at that more seriously, in a more structured way. Again, partnering with some key consultant in the world. I want to mention McKinsey & Company as a key consultant, as definitely providing support to other industries, and the learnings are there. So for sure, we'll face challenges. For sure, there will be capacity constraint. For sure, we can leverage what we learned, but we need to capitalize more on the data management, and the digitalization programs are a way to do so.
Thanks, Annalisa. Again, quite inspiring. Data being the key, and probably the pharma industry taking this as a call to action in terms of rapid maturity when it comes to digitalization and data.
Right.
Another key technology trend that we see is really around the new modalities and technologies and what COVID vaccines have meant for RNA and other technologies. What do you think, and Ryan, this one's for you, what do you think this means for the pipeline of new modalities moving forward?
I think you can actually hear me all right. So one of the example that we as a country, as a society, are not ready for working from home. So our internet cannot handle this. One example, something has to be addressed, correct? So Let me actually just take a step back before I actually come to the question, if you don't mind, Shruti, is the way to really internalize the current pandemic is that if you look at just the US numbers, it is 9/11 every day. That's what it is happening. If you look at the daily death, and it is quite actually difficult to really get a count on the global death. Everything changed after that. So pharmaceutical, biotech, medical device, diagnostic, they all entered industry. We actually have to change. The change can be proactive or it can be enforced upon us. I prefer to be the proactive approach so that I can be part of this. The second thing is that I think Pam talked a lot about, it's like a 24/7 fire drill, correct? It has been 18 months. We are, at the end of the day, all of us are human beings. We cannot continue doing this thing. All of my colleagues in my place, that's what they do. And I'm sure that's no different in Pfizer and all the other places. So that actually is not a sustainable human structure. So what actually we have to do is that we have to find a way so that we can actually bring down the balance between the life and the work and still be efficient. And to answer your question, Shruti, is that the reason actually I said that this dictates the pipeline. So I'll just give you one example. We know that the T cells are the magical things. And I have been fascinated, and a lot of us who actually are in my company, we have been fascinated about the power of T cells. The last time we actually had a major breakthrough in the T cells it has been 20 years ago. So what actually we did is that we were able to bring the power of T cells for the large population. It was unthinkable. And we found a way to do it. So we just did not actually want to do it in the past, at least for me. And when actually we are faced with the reality, we were forced to look for the solutions and we have succeeded. So impossible things which we have pursued in the past is actually not really impossible. So that will actually dictate our pipelines. In our pipeline, if you think about pre-pandemic, majority of our pipeline, I do not know the current number, it has been shifted, but 70%, I believe that was the number, in all of the regulatory pipelines, FDA, EMA, just name any of them, they were actually either in the rare diseases or in oncology. So there's a lot of products in development. On the other hand, you actually look at the future model, small population, and very precision medicine for that. So how do you actually take that amazing technology and you apply it to this large patient population, not millions, billions? That may actually just discourage anybody. That will discourage anybody. And but that is the demand, and that's what we have to deliver. And again, sorry, Pamela, not really picking on you, but to your point, can all the global regulatory bodies can come together and work together? I think if they ever do, this is the time they will. I am hopeful because if you look at the history of the way actually live, we live on day-to-day life. We actually tend to forget is that it is nothing but the outcome of the previous pandemic. The way actually we drink water, it's the outcome of the previous pandemic. We cannot take it for granted. And unfortunately, we don't have anybody who survived the previous pandemic. This pandemic is going to change us. And that change is not reversible. It has changed. So I hear this all the time is that, who doesn't want to? I am no exception. I want to go back to my old time. I want to go and sit in a restaurant and, a dinner in a nice place in Italy. I can't do it. So we have to find another way. So this is actually a blank slate. So I call it actually a silver lining of the pandemic. So let's go actually take the opportunity of that and create that roadmap. We're not going to be perfect at the first attempt. That's kind of not probably the right way of thinking it. But if we start, we will become excellent. May not be perfect, but we will get better and better and better. So unfortunately, I don't think this is actually a one-time deal. this is permanent. So I would encourage all the industry leaders to take the leadership roles and let's lead the change. I am not really sure if I answered your question, Shruti, in terms of the pipeline. So that will dictate the pipeline, large population, sophisticated technology, cheaper, faster, better. That will dictate the pipeline.
Thanks, Ryan. That's very interesting. Sam, same question to you. What's your take on the new modalities pipeline?
Well, I've been in the new modality space for many years now, and it's always been an exciting space, right? But a clear trend is certainly once a POC is achieved, once good data is achieved in a certain target, in a certain modality, right? There is more and more focus entrance, right? That's great for the patients. I think that specific then to messenger RNA, there was a lot of active players in that space for many years now, right? I mean, the fruits of their labors, right, through the past decades, right, is what made this an opportunity, right, to bring the two messenger RNAs to authorization so quickly, right? And so, but now with that success, right, with those first authorizations, we have more entrants, more focus. And I think that that's very exciting. That's exciting for a lot of other opportunities in the vaccine space, as well as outside the vaccine space, oncology, rare disease, right? Leveraging this new tool in our toolbox, which again, I recognize is not new per se, but with the perception that the reality that we do have an authorization, it has been demonstrated, right, through an efficacy trial that just raises the game. So I think that that's very exciting for our patients and for all of us, right, bringing those forward. I think that, again, reinforcing the more entrants there are there, right, we're going to continue to see it evolve into different types of RNA and different LNPs and novel lipids and all those exciting things, right, that we have to be prepared for. And I would just say, right, again, it's leveraging and making sure as that expedited development pathway that we're all working for now, that we have, I'd say, the infrastructure. Again, I'm in the manufacturing side, I'm not in R&D, so I am thinking about how we commercialize those things, right? So again, how are our vendors and our equipment suppliers and everything being ready to adapt, because what we did successfully bring forward, right, with our current mRNA products, that doesn't mean that's what the next dozen and beyond are going to look like, right? So that there is more work to do there for us to be ready. So we're leveraging the knowledge and the infrastructure that we've put in place, and I think the industry is, but recognizing technology is going to continue to move, and how do we stay ahead of it, right? How do we stay ahead of it so we can be ready to bring that forward? But yes, I think from here on out, right, we'll continue to adapt, right? There's a lot of opportunity in this space. And for me, I do look at the most exciting piece is opening up pathways potentially, right, modality opportunities for unmet medical needs, right? And that's what I think all of us are all about.
Mm-hmm. So, Shruti?
Go ahead, Ryan.
There's a question from Mike on the screen.
Yes, I was about to go to that next. So maybe I will just repeat the question for everyone in the audience, and then it would be great to hear all three of your thoughts. I think it's an excellent question, Mike, so thank you for posting that. So each of your firms produces other products than COVID-19 vaccines and treatments. What effect did the intense efforts on COVID have on your other products? And was it necessary to set aside or delay some other programs due to the urgency of anti-COVID work?
May I take that
Please go
question?
ahead.
Oh, thank you, Shruti. So Mike, I mean, that could not be any better question for someone like us. We had to put a stop on our entire oncology pipeline. My biggest fear is that the rare disease patients and the oncology patients, they will eventually suffer. There is a reason actually we have to do that. It's very simple. It's not the dollar issue. It's just actually talent issue. And I'm not really sure Amy is here. I mean, money can buy as many labs as we need, but money cannot create the skilled technicians overnight. They don't exist. So we were actually forced to put a hold on that. And running clinical trials in anything else during COVID-19, it was near to impossible. Every clinical trial was done. So this is something actually we have to address. We cannot just go all in, just address the public health, which is the important and right thing to do. But at the same time, we cannot actually just forget about the patients suffering from the rare diseases and the oncologists. There might be the number may be low, but the suffering life is the life. So to answer your question, yeah, I mean, I can just share actually one of our examples. We had to throw every resources to this. That was the impact.
Thank you, Ryan. Sam,
Maybe
Annalisa, your thoughts?
Yeah, maybe Stuti, from my side, in fact, if I think back in, March 2020, some delays were also needed because at that time the supply chain was frozen. From a day to another, we didn't have, excipients or components or even API to run batches on the line. So we had to take some difficult decisions, but in partnering with the clients. I mean, Thermo Fisher has a large portfolio, different therapeutic indications. Some of them are life-saving drugs. So, we kind of took decisions to keep the life of the patients as a priority, but partnering with the portfolio of clients that exist, managing their inventory and working side by side, shoulder by shoulder, each and every day in sharing what was possible and how we would have faced challenges like this was key. Other programs, as Ryan was mentioning, were in clinical phases and they suddenly stopped because the urgency was elsewhere. So we kind of managed, slots in the production schedule in this way, opportunistically. In some senses, offered to the products that were most, let's say, critical for the patients, or for which it was, inventory level were very low, or for which all components and drug substance were readily available at the site and manageable to again, leverage the existing slot on the line. So again, wanted to say, yes, it was necessary. Now, much less, because now we understood what we can do to leverage. But in the first, month, the reaction led to some difficult decisions. Yes.
I think if I could add to analyst, no pressure analyst, I'm still waiting for 50 pieces of equipment from Thermo Fisher. I think not only investing in the pharmaceutical industry, but this is actually a family. I cannot do certain things without the help of Thermo Fisher. So we have to find a way so that they can become, more efficient and not, I'm just making it up, analyst. I don't know how many HLA testing machines we make per day. If we make 10, it has to be 100 per day or maybe thousands. It's not going to happen without everybody's help. And not to mention the shortage of the talent. I guess for your case, it will be different kind of talent, but without Thermo Fisher, for example, we cannot do it. So those kind of things need to be taken seriously, and the policy decision must address that now than waiting any longer, unless it already has happened, which I do not know. Still, I don't have my 50 HLA testing machines.
Pamela, your thoughts?
I mean, I think there's common themes here, so maybe I know we're pushing beyond the time, so I won't necessarily repeat. But I think the other aspect I would share certainly is, again, thinking back, as you said, in at least in March of 2022, 2020, excuse me, envisioning how we create that capacity, right? So the diversity of manufacturing sites, nodes, products that we have, building inventory of products to create those nodes of capacity, so that under that, again, that assumption that we would be successful, right? That we were not minimizing any impact to the remainder of our portfolio. I think that was a very strategic decision that was taken. And again, it's not at any one point in time. You have to continue to move to the dynamics, and we have for these past 18, 21 months. But I think, again, very early in that decision process was, okay, as we are working through development, how do we build up as much inventory as we can of potentially impacted manufacturing nodes and lines, so that we don't get where we minimize the number of tough choices that we have to make.
Thank you, Pam. I think I will take the time to give the opportunity to the audience if there are any questions for our panelists. Okay, if not, then or while you type your questions in the meantime, why don't we hear final thoughts from everyone on the panel? Anything that you think we should have talked about with the theme of emergence of new technologies that we didn't talk about, or any final thoughts to share with the group?
I think the subject could go on for as much time as you want to allot to it. So I'm not going to open up the can of what else to talk about. I guess I would just say, and I think, Ryan hit on this. This has been, just and continues to be a very exhausting experience, I think, for all of us. At the same time, right? I mean, again, I think you heard, many decades of experience across the panel, and I'm sure beyond. Very rewarding, right? I mean, unbelievably rewarding to feel that, I've worked in rare disease, for instance, for a long time, and it's, so many motivating stories, and you're fully focused on those patients, but never have I worked on something that every one of my friends, family, and neighbors are impacted by, right? And that has an impact on all of us. I mean, every individual was impacted. And so it was difficult. I mean, it was difficult because of the circumstances, and please hoping that your internet was working really well that day, right? Because now everybody's working at home and the bandwidth problem. But there's those practical things, but I mean, to be so united and focused, right, was very rewarding too. So there's those pros and cons, but I Ryan, you said it earlier. There's never going to be normal. It's the new normal. We don't know what that is, but trying to see that light at the end of the tunnel where the balance of our life and work comes back is certainly one of the main goals for myself, right? There's still the enormous pressure to get every dose out possible. And it's a privilege to work on it, but I'm certainly hopeful for that time where we feel a bit more balance in our lives.
Thank you, Pam. Ryan?
Oh boy, you are actually asking another person likes to talk. So, Pamela, I will try my best. I think I'm going to actually say something slightly different. So let me actually just, I am actually known for my work in actually the pharmaceutical industry, but I also actually happen to be a public health infectious disease epidemiologist, and I'm involved with many things. This pandemic shocked me by exposing the shortcomings of the public health system of the entire world. And if I am shocked, I'm not really sure who is not going to be shocked. So I think not only that, in the medical industry that we actually have to make the investment, at the same time, we actually have to make the investment in our basic public health infrastructure, including the education. I am actually encouraged by seeing some of the new trends. I am actually in the board of directors of the Yale Public Health School. I was pleasantly impressed that they have opened up actually an executive MPH program for the healthcare field, specifically for us. So we have heard about the executive MBA. I have never seen actually executive MPH. Maybe I have not seen everything. So that's encouraging. So we have to actually make the investments in those places as well. Because we are actually we are the last end of it. When someone is actually sick or we provide only one component of the overall pandemic control strategy, for example. Then there is your suppression, there's your education. Either it's the vaccination, it's the prevention, or actually what we do is the treatment. We're just one component of the overall strategy. If we want to bring this pandemic under control, the whole system must work flawlessly. And I think other components, if they are not properly functioning, no matter how efficient we are, we're going to actually find ourselves back in the same place. I guess at the beginning of the pandemic, I was somewhat naive. Well, not really, and how much I was absolutely naive by trying to put an end date when this will end. And I was listening to Dr. Fauci's comments in a different context last night. And I mean, if Dr. Fauci is not clear, I guess I have no comments on that because nobody understands this better than him. We don't see actually any end to it. So that's something tells me is that it's not only us. We can make as many vaccines as we can. If people don't take it, what are you going to do? We can make as many therapeutics as we can, but if they are not available to everybody, so the variants will keep on coming. It's a matter of time that we're going to find a bunch of variants that none of our current vaccines will be able to stop. How do you actually stop that? You have to stop infection. And that's actually a completely different component. So does that mean that the pharmaceutical industry, not only we work among ourselves, we also actually work with the overall public health infrastructure? Should there be actually an organization that which includes, let's say, CDC, all of the pharma, all of the manufacturing, and we create the pandemic control plan so that we actually don't find ourselves so unprepared again. It is not a question of if, the question is when we're going to actually get the next pandemic. We're not going to get lucky this time. It's not going to take 100 years, unfortunately. There will be one without a guarantee. And it will be, nobody knows, it could be far more deadly. This is the time to get prepared for it. Sounds kind of unusual, but this is the time that we must get ready. So if there is no really initiative from any other institutes or any other entity of the public health, I tend to actually be a little bit ambitious sometimes, perhaps irrational. I think actually, why not us? We can actually step in and we can actually approach the others. Hey, listen, let's actually create a pandemic control plan. We are just one component of it. How can we help? And we can actually drive that conversation, if that makes sense to you all.
Maybe, thank you, Diane. Maybe my only, my closing comments, Tuti, actually builds on Pamela's one on the mental health. And, we definitely have been, challenged a lot so far as the entire pharma industry community. But I also think, occasions like these where we can share learnings and where each one of us learns more and builds on what the experience has been, a precious moment that would have been not possible without this crisis. So I think we as leaders have a responsibility now to make sure that we work on making sure that these times and the learnings with it don't get wasted. So again, in light of everyone's work-life balance improvement, I think again what we need to make sure is this industry really focus on capitalized unique opportunity we have to again enroll programs of sustainability as we did the utmost, but with a level of entropy and efforts which are not sustainable. So I think as a message from my side, I think just encourage this leadership team to make that sustainable for ourselves, for our patients, for our colleagues in the pharma industry.
I think that's extremely well said, Annalisa. So thank you for those words. And to just continue that thread on, I think there was a lot of really good food for thought ideas that were shared by the three of you during this conversation. We heard about cross-functional collaboration within the companies, governance, going from years, months to literally a matter of weeks. We also heard around the challenges of cold supply chain. Some excellent ideas on collaboration with authorities. Pam's idea of a global authority, quite inspiring. Bringing along partners, I think, was another big theme that we heard. Something that is clearly a lesson that can be carried forward, not just in COVID vaccines and therapeutics, but even beyond. I think, Annalisa, you mentioned data management, data integration, and is this really a call for the industry to then look at data and data integration as an opportunity, even inspiring and aspiring to get to maybe the automotive and other industry levels? Ryan, you mentioned about COVID vaccine success being replicated in other unmet needs, but also the fact that this truly has taken a toll in several ways, and the industry leaders will need to come together and do something about this. I think there was conversation on talent gap. I personally agree that that is definitely something to think about. And then, of course, at the end of the day, amidst all of this, it's key to ensure that there's no impact there is good impact to patients, no unforeseen impact to patients. So minimizing the impact any of this would have on non-COVID and therapeutics. With that, I would thanks again all of you for taking the time to answer these questions. Thank you for the question from the audience, and I'm going to hand it over back to you, Debbie, to take us forward for the next agenda in the day.
Well done. Thank you so much, Studi and Pam and Ryan and Annalisa. Just extraordinary words, well said, and lots of inspiration, lots of challenge, though, and a little some real things to really think about. So appreciate you bringing those things to the fore. And, thank you to all of you for what you've done in your respective roles. It takes a village, obviously, but in your respective roles to help save the world. A special thank you to Pam and Pfizer for your incredible role. In fact, Randy, my colleague Randy Bromberg, pasted in the chat and a truly inspirational video of the Pfizer journey featuring CEO Albert Bourla, where I would highly encourage everyone to watch it, worth the watch. Just incredible what happens sort of behind the scenes at Pfizer. So thank you, Pam. Thank you to our entire panel. Well done. And so next, on the topic of saving the world, our next presenters have certainly done their part. So we are thrilled to have two Moderna leaders here to give us an inside look at Moderna's riveting journey in getting its COVID vaccine approved, manufactured, and into the marketplace in record time. It's my pleasure to welcome Chief Technical Operations and Quality Officer for Moderna, Juan Andres, an independent board director of Moderna, as well as former BioNJ board chair, and my dear friend, Dr. Francois Nader. So gentlemen, over to you.
Hello, everyone. This is Juan here. I hope you can hear me okay and see me okay. Francois, I'm assuming we are going to be doing this this part of the dialogue, but what I would like to do is to start with a few slides, very few and fast, just trying to get everyone into where we are, what is mRNA, since it is a new technology, and I know the audience has different levels of understanding associated with it. So the idea is to get everyone more or less into the same page, so we can have a good dialogue right after. So next slide, please. So this is a very simple one, right? And we normally refer to mRNA as this is the software of life. And for those of you that don't know, this is one of the things that happens in each of our human bodies 1 trillion times a day. So 1 trillion times a day, there are instructions that are copied from DNA that are transcribed by or carried through by mRNA, and then with the help of ribosomes, basically synthesize protein. Next slide. So one of the things that has been a little bit the holy grail for many decades and was thought through like it cannot be done because mRNA is not stable outside the cell, was what if you can get a set of instructions, i.e. mRNA, inside the cell and use the body as the most perfect bioreactor that we have in biology, right? And that's what we're doing. So we get mRNA inside the cell. Ribosome basically recognize it as one of many of their own, and transcribe that into protein. And the possibilities of here are endless. So it is not only proteins, as you know, are not only secreted, which are within the boundaries of the existing biotech industry, but proteins are needed inside the cell and can be also membrane bound as well. So these open up a huge number of possibilities. And as we like talking about it, has the potential to revolutionize healthcare completely. Next slide, please. So this is our pipeline. And one of the questions that we get all the time is, why vaccines? Why did you start with vaccines? And the reason is clear. We wanted to de-risk biology and we wanted to de-risk technology. And it seemed appropriate a few years ago to go and start doing that with vaccines in terms of their therapeutic index, in terms of having 1 or 2 doses and not necessarily going chronically through it. And so as we learn more and more about the platform, we would start increasing a number of different modalities or a number of different areas. And you can see here in the chart how we are advancing into other type of products in addition to vaccines. Next slide. So this is a snapshot in terms of where we are, and I believe this is the end of August. So everyone knows us now for the COVID-19 vaccine and what we've been doing here in the last few months. It seems only yesterday that when we had to go and introduce Moderna to everyone, and now even my mother is explaining to her friends who Moderna is, and some of the things which seemed to be completely unthinkable just a few months ago. So that is our claim of fame. But there are many other products that are in the pipeline that you can see there in the top row, which we are pushing very, very hard for completion. We were less than 1,000 employees up to very recently. We are approaching very rapidly 2,000. Now, this doesn't count the number of partners that we have outside, the number of CMOs that are helping us, which is in the thousands with people. We are very proud to get recognized for our values, for the way we do things. And I think getting recognized as a top employer on a number of awards, I think that is something that we want to continue. We are expecting to supply between 800 million and 1 billion doses of vaccine by the end of the year, and we're working super hard to go and make it happen. And at the same time, we are opening the infrastructure in the world to be able to realize being a global company. Next slide. So this is just a snapshot in terms of how quickly the technology can serve the situation. And I think Francois and I can expand a little bit more later on in terms of how this happened. But if we go back into January 2020, obviously, Moderna, at the executive committee, we were planning many things, also with the board. Now, we were not planning this pandemic. And so we had a decision to make. Do we jump into this wagon? Yes, no. And obviously, at that time, we were a public company, but we were losing money every day. And to make that decision was something that it was, to say the least, bold. But we said, hey, we can help. And we can help due to the technology, due to the platform. So after the isolation of the sequencing of the virus, and the antigen was designed because of the isolation of the spike protein, just within days, 2 or 3 days, we had mRNA candidates, and we started making plasmid with the G-blogs within a week of knowing the sequence. By February 7th, and I remember that date very, very well, by February 7th, we had the first batch of the vaccine made. And it is the same vaccine that we have commercialized. Now, it was just a few hundred vials, or a few hundred doses, sorry, but it was the beginning that we used after the sterility assurance and the release in the first clinical trial. Next slide. So obviously, our vision has been how we are going to be scaling up very quickly. And this is one of the things that it is not only for the existing product that we have, but this is completely top of mind for us. Talent, digital and robotics, we cannot go manually if we are going to go to the levels that we aspire with artificial intelligence. And then at the same time, we realize that process development and manufacturing is core. This is a new technology. So we are at the beginning of the development of this. And as such, we cannot stop with what we've done. We need to do, perfect, industrialize in what we are doing, and there is a long journey ahead of us. But that's what we are doing. So let me stop here, Francois. Let me hand it over to you so that you can do an intro, and those were the slides that I was preparing.
Yeah, thank you, Juan, and welcome everyone to this conversation. We intended this conversation to be exactly that, a conversation. Juan and I have been in the trenches together since the early days of the pandemic. And we used to talk multiple times a week. By way of background, I joined Moderna in December 2019. And for the record, I really did not have any clue that a pandemic will happen. But fate has it that I joined at the right time. And I vividly remember the multiple conversations we had at the board and with management as to whether or not we want to jump into this COVID-19 vaccine. Not only do we want to, but can we? Because remember, Moderna was a small biotech company out of Cambridge. We did not have what others had in the vaccine business. And as you know, there is a long tradition of vaccine at Sanofi and GSK and others, Pfizer, others. And we were really the new kid on the block. And it was very important for us not to bet the farm. And it was an interesting conversation, multiple conversations. And then the board decided to create a COVID committee. And I had the pleasure and frankly, immense life-changing event of being a member of a 3-member committee that worked with Juan and the rest of the executive team on making it happen. So that's kind of the background a little bit. And Juan, I was always fascinated by the fact that back in 2017, which is only 4 years ago, you were the global head of technical operation for Novartis. I mean, pretty amazing role, global role, really super duper in the business. And yet you decided to join a small no-name company called Moderna. Why did you do that? I mean, I'm sure your mom had to ask you the same question. Are you in your right mind to do that, going from Novartis to something called Moderna? Well, why did you do that?
Well, I mean, my mom didn't ask anything. She just told me straight that I was crazy.
Okay.
But it was, you know.
Very familiar with the concept. Thank you.
You know, for mothers, they give you feedback directly, right? So, so it was an interesting decision. But one of the things, so I've been in big pharma, both at Lilly and Novartis for, or I had been for around 30 years. And the opportunity to get to know Moderna was there, and I was fascinated by it. And I must admit that I knew what I needed to do in the existing role that I had, which was something that happened in many cases in big pharmaceutical companies, and many of you in the audience probably do, which is when you have to optimize cost, it is because your customer service is very high. If your customer service is not very high, you are not asked to optimize cost. You are asked to optimize customer service. So I knew the road was around optimization of cost, which I had done a number of different times. Now, I was fascinated by Moderna, and exactly in the terms that I said before, this ability to use the body as a human bioreactor, it was all about CMC and had not been done before. And that was, you know, a big challenge. I fell in love with it. So many times people ask me about the rationale for joining, and actually I don't have a rationale. I mean, it was not a rational decision. So from a professional point of view, it made no sense. From a family point of view, it made no sense. I had 3 teenagers living in Switzerland. And so the only explanation that I can find is I fell in love, and that's exactly what happened. And there are moments in life in which you have to follow your heart and jump. And it's been 4 years, Francois, but it feels like 20 already. And but it's been an amazing journey.
Yeah, we all age very quickly there. One of the things, though, that you did, Juan, and it's very pertinent to our audience here. One of the major strategic decisions that Moderna did, which was unthinkable, is to build Norwood. And for the audience, Norwood is our manufacturing plant in Norwood, Massachusetts. And it is the state of the art, which back when it started being conceptualized and implemented and led by Juan, it was way oversized and way too sophisticated for our needs. I mean, it is an AI-driven structure that is really amazing. And long and behold, it was really the cornerstone of "quote unquote" saving the world, because without Norwood, it would have been impossible for us to serve humanity with our vaccine. Walk us a little bit, Juan, through the inception, conception, implementation of a manufacturing plant of this magnitude in terms of science and in terms of technology for a company that was back then relatively small.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the decisions preceded my time, but it was one of the reasons as well that I decided to join, because I saw the clarity on it. And the clarity was very simple. We were not a golden egg company. We were a golden goose company. We were a platform company. And we knew that if one would work, many would work. And it was in that belief that you said, hey, you need to get ahead of the clinical needs. Norwood was conceived as a clinical manufacturing place, not as a commercial one. And because commercial was still many years ahead of us. And but one of the things that we said is, hey, if this is going to work for many, let's make sure that we don't do, or that we start learning on how we are going to be operating when we have many products. And so we didn't want paper on the plant. We went straight into having MES. We went straight into having automation at a very, very high level, studying the moves of operators, the materials. We went with normal commercial LIM systems and things like this. And that helped us tremendously. Little we knew that when the pandemic hit, obviously that site needed to go and jump into doing the type of things that we have transformed the site to do. We didn't have the scale. We needed to go and retrofit completely Norwood to be able to do that. But that was done by a lot of the experience and the same people that we had there. Now, a little anecdote that I say all the time is between, we finished Norwood, which was mid-18, and the end of last year, so around November last year, we made around 75,000 human doses for the number of clinical programs that we have. Since December last year and now, we have made in Moderna well above 500 million doses. In fact, we are around 700 million doses that we have made in terms of drug substance. So that tells you the scale and the difference that we had to go through. And as you said, Francois, I don't think we would have been able to go and do that without that infrastructure and the learning that we had in Norwood and having technical development and a few of the manufacturing folks there, because it was all about intense knowledge of the platform that allowed us to get there. So, Francois, how did you see that? How do you see that, coming into Moderna in prior to the pandemic? I mean, did they give any reassurance, or you thought that probably we were crazy about investing all of that in manufacturing?
Yeah, I mean, crazy was probably the name of the game, and since then we made some really crazy decisions with a big S. It's funny because when I think a little bit at my role on the board, I mean, this whole saga had to combine really three things that are not easily combinable. One is governance and fiduciary responsibility being on the board and making sure that we keep the eye on the governance and fiduciary ball. The second was the amazing sense of urgency. I mean, I was reading the news like everyone every day and say, man, if we can save one day, we could save maybe 10,000 deaths. It's pretty amazing. And it's very daunting to think that literally every day counts, literally every day. But at the same time, we're talking about vaccine that will eventually be injected in hundreds of millions of people. And we absolutely needed to do it right and make sure that we absolutely can keep in mind safety. We absolutely keep in mind the effectiveness, absolutely. And yet we were navigating.
That's a good thing. I got your text on Monday and you're at 28 pounds. That's pretty good.
Michelle, I think you're.
That is pretty good.
Okay. Michelle, you might want to put yourself on mute, please. And so we were completely navigating uncharted waters there in terms of drug development, in terms of manufacturing, and in terms of interaction with the regulators, and many other things. And one thing that stuck with me, though, Juan, is we talk about drug substance, but I think during one of our calls, I kind of stopped because you said that from A to Z, our process, and I think I got the number right. We need 600 items to make sure that, 600 items or so are needed for our process from A to Z. And yet we think about drug substance, but the biggest challenge, though, Juan, or one of the biggest challenges, was not the drug substance as much as it was everything else, right? I mean, the lengthy discussions we had about the glass vials and the availability, worldwide availability of glass vials and stoppers and things that we usually don't think about, fill finish capability worldwide. This was really, for me, a huge eye opener.
Yeah, it was clear. Yeah, it is approximately 600 items, but they are not necessarily the ingredients within the vaccine, right? So
Right. Yeah.
there are all the different things that you need to make a dose of vaccine, right? So these are obviously the bill of material ingredients, but they are also things such as connectors and bags and filters and things that you need to make the product. And obviously, you do not want to change them halfway through because it will trigger more stability, it will trigger more registration, and it will trigger, most importantly, variability. So one of the things that it was very clear to us is we don't have a scale yet. We need to decide the scale. And as we decide the scale, we need to go into minimizing the amount of things that could add variability into the process. This is, for many of you, something that it is very normal. So we tried to fix as many things as we could. And as part of that was suppliers. And we contacted all of them. And we didn't even have volume. We didn't have a forecast. We didn't even know whether we were going to be having the money to buy the materials. So that I spent a huge amount of time in the first 4 or 5 months of last year trying to see and to seek partnerships, not only with suppliers, but with companies such as Lonza, such as Catalent, such as Robbie, that helped us along the way in terms of scaling all of these up and saying, hey guys, we don't know how we're going to do it. We don't have a forecast. We don't have money. Do you want to jump with us? And that was very, very interesting. We had no doubt that we could do this. And I think that was a mindset that was absolutely essential. If you have second thoughts, you slow down. You need to keep going forward. And I agree with you, Francois, completely. You need to guarantee the utmost rigor associated with quality, with variability, with safety as you move forward. So as we were doing these things, we discovered things, we uncovered stuff that we needed to fix. And it changed completely the way we were doing. Now, one of the things that was absolutely essential is, and still to this date is a big lesson. You normally think about the big things, and it is the small ones that kill you. The things that we take for granted. And I think in the audience, we have now a good friend after all these months, Carlo De Notari Stefani, that has been instrumental in helping, and having a person like Carlo with a very similar background and experience that I had inside the Operation Warp Speed in the US government gave me a partner to vent, to talk, to solve, to discuss. And that was absolutely instrumental together with General Perna. I think the world will never make justice to these two gentlemen and what they were able to pull and help in the first few months of launching the product. But that's when you discover that you think that the most important ingredients are the ones that make the vaccine, and you discover that the supply chain is completely limited by plastic, and you try to source plastic in a number of different ways, and you have to go all the way in. But anyway, I could be talking forever, Francois. So it is very interesting to see as well what was your perspective from the board on how we were progressing this thing. But we couldn't have any doubt. We needed to plow forward all the time. If we had second thoughts, we would have not made it.
Yeah, and shout out to Carlo. Hey, Carlo. Carlo and I, you don't know that, Juan, but we go back to 1984, I think. Was it 94, rather, when we were together in Kansas City working for a company called Marion Labs. It goes back few years. So good to see you, Carlo. We have a question. Here for you. How much resistance did Moderna encounter to mRNA as a vaccine technology compared to more conventional types of vaccines? And you can take it maybe from a tech ops perspective. I will take it from a clinical perspective real quickly.
Oh, that's good. So from a CMC point of view, we do not use bioreactors. Okay, so it is an in vitro transcription to make the mRNA. mRNA is a long molecule, is a large molecule. but it doesn't have the tertiary structures that protein normally have. So once we have the template, which is the plasmid, we use the nucleotides, the enzymes, and then a little bit of water with salt called buffer in the appropriate buffer and pH, and magic happens. And then voila, you have your mRNA. And then the trick is how you do in you get that mRNA inside a very complex lipid nanoparticle that it is going to carry the mRNA inside the cell. And then obviously the cytosol takes care of getting or fighting that lipid nanoparticle, and it discovers an mRNA and says, oh, I know what to do with this. And then the transcription happens. And I make it very, very simple, but during the process, that's what we do. And it is very hard to do, and it is years of investment on the platform, on CMC. And this is one of the areas that we continue doing in a very, very, very strong way.
And indeed, we had some resistance because mRNA is a new technology, no doubt, and to be used in such a large, massive way by us and by Pfizer, we needed some convincing at the regulatory level, at all levels, to make sure that indeed not only the vaccine works, but the vaccine is safe. Many billion doses later, we proved the point. But fair to say that at the beginning, it was easier said than done, because no one had a commercial product based on the mRNA technology. For the longest time, it was in EUA, as you know. And we had to prove to ourselves first, frankly, that it was safe and effective, and then prove it to the world. And I'm happy for the world and for us that we were able to say that. We have about a few minutes left, Juan. My question is, during this whole process, what are the 2 or 3 things that kept you up at night? I know you have about 300 things that kept you up at night, but what are the 2 or 3 things that rise really to what would be your number 1, 2, 3?
Well, I mean, I think the what keeps me up at night evolves through time, right? And at the beginning, it is, okay, can I buy the raw materials? Do I have the freedom to operate? The second is, can I scale? The third is, will I have the facility? Will I have the capacity? Will I have the partnership? And that is a journey, right? And you encounter different problems in each one of those. I must admit that, as usual, in everything around life, at the end of the day, a lot of the variability is around people. When you're doing things at the beginning, you have a lot of people that are trained, that know what they are doing, and then you start hiring like crazy, and then you start having variability. How you train, how you onboard, do people have the same culture? That part is important. I also spend a huge amount of time with my team, working together. I mean, I cannot say enough about this team. It is an amazing team. We have come together in a tremendous amount of difficulty, but resilience on the team has been great. And I need to give a shout out to the families as well, because they allowed us to do this. I mean, we put our lives on hold, completely on hold. We were 7 days a week. I mean, we have something that even Carlo and General Perna adopted as part of the meetings. For many, many months, I open and close every meeting saying Happy Wednesday, because every day was a Wednesday. And that kept us going. And I think that resiliency has achieved a lot. And for many, many months, I was very concerned about, will we have the endurance to go and do that? And that still worries me. We are not done. We are discovering new challenges. I think the world still needs a lot. There are many things around the boosters, new variants. There are still many unknowns. And I really hope that the world keeps an eye on the ball on this one, And but I have no doubt as well that we couldn't have done this alone. We did this with regulators, with a lot of people, with families. And I am absolutely convinced that the world will look at this in a few years from now and they said, hey, the fight of this pandemic has been perhaps the biggest human endeavor that has happened in history. I don't think anything has affected the whole planet in the way we have. And I just hope that we learn from this one, not only for future pandemics, but for future challenges that will be affecting the whole world, like the environment and things like this. This is going to get us better. So let me stop here, Francois.
Juan, I will probably close this dialogue. We can continue on forever and ever with, we talked about family. Probably the one thing that I will never, ever forget for the rest of my life is sitting in my home office. And I was only yet on another Moderna Zoom call. We had these more often than I care to remember. And then there was a knock on my office door here. And my grandson, Sasha, who's 5, knocked on the door, opened the door, and said, "Grandpa, can I talk to you?" I said, "Sure." And he said, "Please don't get out of this office until you find a cure for this bug. Thank you." And he closed the door. I think it summarized everything that you and I and millions of people went through over the last couple of 2-3 years. And with that, thank you so very much for listening to our story. And I'll turn it back to you, Randy or Debbie, to take it over from here. Thank you so much.
Hello, Francois. I am here. This is Debbie. So first of all, out of the mouths of babes, that is just so precious and so insightful, right? As someone who received their 3rd shot of Moderna just last Monday and feeling very good, felt good throughout, I am personally deeply indebted to you, Juan, and you, Francois, for the amazing work that you all did in saving the world. And thank you, Juan, for following your heart, and Francois for bringing your Midas touch to Moderna. So we are going to now take a 15-minute break, and I'd invite you to join us back here at 11:15, where we have lots more in store for you. So thank you again, Francois, Juan, and we'll see you all in a few moments. So welcome back, everyone. It's been a great morning so far. I hope you agree, and I hope that you're enjoying the program. I'd like to thank our committee once again, co-chaired by Mike Olty of Ultimate Consulting and Jim Fury of Pendotech. Also, all of our sponsors, all of our speakers, and our amazing BioNJ team who leaves it all on the field at each and every turn. So next up, we have another panel of experts who will discuss the impact of COVID-19 on broader pharma manufacturing and the supply chain. Again, we invite you to type your questions for our speakers into the chat box. And I'd like to now welcome our friend, Managing Director of Strategy and Transactions for EY Parthenon, Darren Stark, to lead the conversation. Welcome, Darren, and thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Very excited to be here today leading the panel. Again, as Debbie mentioned, actually my title is wrong. I'm a partner in EYP. I work with our life sciences supply chain clients to cover areas and initiatives around supply chain transformation, supply chain resiliency, as well as developing strategy and execution plans to maintain product supply during mergers, acquisitions, divestitures, and spins. As Debbie mentioned, our topic today on the panel is the effects and impact of COVID-19 on the broader pharma manufacturing and supply chain networks. And covering those topics around supply chain resiliency, issues like increases in demand faced by suppliers and manufacturers, and the struggles of working and solving for working remotely. So we have a broad spectrum of value chain and functional experts today, from suppliers, manufacturers, supply chain and quality. Those panelists today will be Melissa Buchanan from Catalent Biologics, Jackie Elbon from Bristol Myers Squibb, and Peter Levinson from the Paul Corporation. So I'll let each one of the panelists introduce themselves in a little bit more detail, and we'll start with Melissa.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As introduced, Melissa Buchanan from Catalent. I'm Director of Supply Chain with responsibilities for purchasing and for short and long-term planning. Have been with the industry for about 19 years, predominantly in the CDMO space, and about half of that time based out of Catalent's Bloomington, Indiana facility. Looking forward to the conversation today. Thank you for arranging this.
Great, thank you, Melissa. Jackie.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Jackie Albon. I'm the Chief Quality Officer here at Bristol Myers Squibb. That means I have responsibility for quality and compliance oversight for all of our GXP operations, from discovery all the way through to manufacturing and distribution of our pharmaceutical, biologics, and CAR-T products. Really thrilled today to be able to share some of our experiences with the audience. I've been at Bristol for just over 4 years, and I've been in the biopharmaceutical industry coming up 30 years, actually, working both in Europe and the US. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Jackie. And finally, Peter.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So my name's Peter Levis, and I'm the Executive Director of Business Development for the Biotech Division at Paul Corporation. I've been in the industry for about 30 years, the last 18 of which have been at Paul. My background is in R&D, primarily in downstream processing and process chromatography, but I'm currently in the marketing organization within Paul. And in the context of today's meeting, I've been sort of actively involved in the COVID-19 response for Paul, having worked very closely with the vaccine task forces in the UK, as well as in the EU and the US. So looking forward to the discussion.
Great, thank you, Peter. So we've organized our questions today to kind of the phases of the pandemic. So we'll focus on the first phase, the first 6 months of the pandemic, and what the response and impacts were, and then we'll move into questions more focused on the 7 to 12 months period of the pandemic, and then phase 3, kind of after the first year to today and beyond, and how the industry has responded in that time frame and going forward. So let me start with the first question. What were the manufacturing operations challenges you faced in those early phases of the pandemic, or the early phase of the pandemic, and how did you address them?
Well, I mean, from a supplier perspective, when we started off, we had to keep our manufacturing operations open, and all of our quality functions open in the face of directives from certainly the UK where I'm based, that people should work at home. So we had to look very closely at our workforce as to how we could keep the key people in the manufacturing operations within facilities, but keep all the other infrastructure working remotely and ensuring we had good communications. All the while, people were looking for candidate COVID vaccines, which in the first few months they were only candidates. We still had a biopharma industry to support, so all of the legacy products that were licensed were still being manufactured, and we were still supporting them all, but also working closely with the various vaccine candidate teams probably around the world. And there was an awful lot of vaccine candidates, if you recall, at the beginning, trying to help them develop their processes as quickly as we possibly could. So that's probably a lot of what the issues that we had to address right at the beginning.
Yeah, and just from my perspective across multiple clients, it really seemed to be about keeping getting the doors open, and keeping people safe, and implementing kind of those social distancing and protocols around mask wearing and testing and tracing, so that that there were outbreaks that they could quickly be brought under control and keep operations up and running as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Darren, I can maybe go next too. If we kind of take a step back, I was thinking about this last night, and it really was around January 2020 when COVID first emerged, right, as a concern. And I know at Bristol we initiated our emergency response plan at that point, really around manufacturing and supply chain, as well as obviously focusing on protecting the safety of our employees in China and the region, and really looking at that time on, the suppliers we had in the region and trying to understand, of course, what the potential global impact could be on our supply. We know it very quickly went in February, the virus spreading globally. And, at that time, we kind of escalated, I would say, our emergency response efforts from a regional to a global scale. And one of the things we did very quickly was to put in place a corporate events response team, or what we call CERT, which really became the central governing body for the company as the virus expanded and navigating over the last 18 months, and still is in place today, of course, as we continue that journey. But essentially, this central governance group, which was small but very targeted, we're doing a few things and coordinating across the company, obviously monitoring the worldwide COVID rates, understanding and allowing us to adapt in a coordinated way to government kind of laws, guidelines at a local or regional level, and also, really importantly, helping guide and coordinate how we should think about workforce planning, right? And really there are two main areas of focus: making sure that our employees were safe at all time, especially obviously when they were at work, and then also our ability to continue to serve our patients. And as people probably know, we manufacture a lot of life-saving critical drugs, so that was immensely important to us, of course. But as the pandemic, COVID was declared as a pandemic in March on a global basis, I think the early work that we did, which was really only a couple of months in reality, really served to get us ahead in terms of how we wanted to run the operation and determine, which parts of our operations and company could be working at home remotely. So office-based teams or people at sites, which we had deemed non-essential workers, if you will, those people not directly involved in manufacturing, testing, releasing drug, could also work at home. So we found ourselves obviously with critical essential workers across our internal manufacturing supply chain networks, and then obviously a lot of people that were working at home. So one of the key learnings that we had, like most companies early on, is how do you run a company in that kind of hybrid environment? We quickly had to learn how to do that through the use of virtual platforms, support systems, and creating the right team environment. This got really tested for us. So after overnight, we were telling people not to come back to work, except for the essential workers on site. We actually had FDA turn up at one of our office-based locations about a week later, actually, for a clinical trial inspection, which was very important, obviously. And very quickly we had to figure out at that time what the safety protocols were, which to be honest aren't too dissimilar to what we have today in terms of mask wearing, social distancing, hand sanitization. But at that time, there wasn't a lot known or less known about the virus. So trying to get people comfortable with these basic measures, as well as, FDA, as they were trying to navigate, became really important. The other thing we had to do, back to the virtual piece, was figure out how to put an extensive global virtual backroom together to support a handful of people that would be on site doing the inspection and obviously interacting with the inspectors. So I think that early on forced us to think about how to operate, and we learned a ton, right? And I think the other thing that we learned early on, which has remained with us, is how to, of course, keep people safe, but also get our colleagues comfortable, with COVID and feeling safe, right? And all the kind of emotional and well-being aspects that you have to think about for people to feel comfortable in an environment where they're being put in, that, all frame of references have gone in terms of, making them feel comfortable. So that was a very interesting experience for us early on, from our remote ways of working, just making sure that we could operate in a compliant way. So things like, how are we going to now, create and approve documents remotely? So we put a big effort around the use of e-signatures and how to do that in a compliant and agile way. And I think the other thing that we did early on, which again, as I reflect back, I'm really thankful for, is we started to look ahead too, and think about the constraints in the supply chain, and especially the transportation logistics we were experiencing early on, especially as all the flights obviously got grounded. We would use air transportation in certain cases for our drugs. So figuring out how to manage that and think ahead, so we could get creative in terms of how we would be thinking about pre-booking capacity and ways of moving drugs around, and also started to think about the constraints that would come from the supply chain as these therapeutics or vaccines, like was mentioned earlier, a lot of candidates back then, but it was clear there was a really concerted effort to bring those forward. So anticipating early on what that could mean in terms of direct materials or other production processing materials was really critical for us, and thinking how to manage that before it started to hit, more significantly, which we know it did, 6-8 months on, as we saw, manufacturing happening for the therapeutics, the vaccines. So
Jackie, you touched on a subject that was actually one of our next questions, which was for the supply chain functions that were able to work remotely during those early phases. What were the biggest challenges that needed to be addressed for the new ways of working? And I know Melissa had an opinion that she wanted to express, or some experiences that she wanted to express as well. So I'll ask her if she wants to give her thoughts on that topic.
Sure. So we at Catalent also dealt with similar challenges overnight in the early days of March. A percentage of our supply chain team was directed to work offsite with very little guidance about what that might look like. Similarly, the technological platforms were put in place. I think we went through Skype and Teams and Zoom, ultimately landing on tools that fit our needs. But the real challenges were staying connected with the team that did remain in the facility, and understanding that our goal was to keep them safe and to keep the production floor operational and running. And to keep communication channels open with them to understand what their needs were, be that materials or documentation or equipment or whatever new challenge was being thrown at them that day. And we did that by establishing more routine communication checkpoints. So the frequency went up, maybe the duration of each one went down, but we broadened our scope of communication. So I think the silos that might have existed before were pretty quickly broken down, as those new technologies allowed us to bring more people into each conversation, to share information rapidly and adapt as we needed to through those early days. For us at that time, we were uniquely positioned as a form fill finish with new assets in the plan. So pretty early on, we identified opportunities to accelerate those timelines, and really kind of leverage that additional capacity coming to the end for this purpose, and kind of balance our ongoing production with clients and patients, with an ability to scale up rapidly and support the needs of the pandemic.
Great. Actually, Melissa, we're going to transition into the second phase, kind of those months 7 through 12 of the pandemic. And as those ways of working stabilized, what activities that were new in the early phase have actually become kind of standard operating procedure in this period of time, and what other ones kind of went away?
Sure. So many of those remained in place, particularly those communication channels. Our team continues to operate remotely. I think 90% of my team hasn't been back to the facility since March of that year. We've incorporated new ways of onboarding talent. The team at the site has doubled in size, and so many of our team members have never set foot in the building, but are continuing to onboard and learn and meet their peers remotely. And that looks to be what our future is going to look like, a flexible workplace with resources, meeting business needs from all sorts of creative locations. And those frequent communication checkpoints with operations and our internal stakeholders, they've proved really valuable, and we intend to continue to maintain those. I think the last thing that was really new was our interaction with the support from Operation Warp Speed. This was a very new experience for all of us, and understanding that the government could be more than a regulatory body, but also a partner to help us solve problems. And while they may not continue to be in that role forever, at this point in time, they continue to be a strong partner that we've really learned to value and collaborate with.
Okay, great. So again, focusing on that phase 2, months 7 through 12 of the pandemic, during this period, did your company or your companies take any initiatives to examine or think about redesigning the supply chain?
I mean, from our perspective as a supplier to the industry, as these candidate vaccines started to get down the clinical pathway, and we started to see a number of leading lights as being likely therapeutics of the future, and we now know what they are. There was a lot of orders placed by governments on these drugs even before they were licensed, to sort of build up stocks of them to start vaccinating as soon as they get licensed. So that really made us now start to look at what would be the demand, and then start to project that all into our into our forecasting and our capacity planning. Because as I said earlier on, we still have to support an existing pharmaceutical industry that makes drugs for other conditions. And on top of it, there's an unprecedented demand for something like 12 billion doses of vaccine, all needed ideally at the same time. And we know that it's going to still take another year or so probably to vaccinate everybody. So I think the challenges that we faced were really trying to get visibility of the actual demand forecast and plans from the pharmaceutical companies who were going to get the licensed vaccines. And the challenge that we faced, and I think it probably hasn't gone away, but there's probably a lesson learned in all of this, is that the customer is a government. The governments are buying vaccines on behalf of their population. They are in essence ordering them through a handful of pharmaceutical companies who have the drug, but the drug is manufactured by and large by CDMOs all over the world, and the CDMOs effectively are our customer. So there is a potential risk scenario that CDMOs will get the wrong stuff at the wrong time, whereas if it can be coordinated in a very structured way, so that every CDMO got its entire bill of materials, so almost just in time to make the batch of product, then you can probably improve and streamline the efficiency of the global manufacturing response. Because it's very easy to say, oh, well, we can't make things because there's no supplies around and there's no raw material supplies, but you can't build factories overnight and turn on increased demand. So, our response was very much try to work with customers, with CDMOs, with the pharma companies, to get as much line of sight and as much visibility on the actual production plans, which means you have to have a very open relationship. It's got to be one built very much on collaboration and trust, in order to ensure that the right sort of raw materials get to the end user at the right time in order for them to keep their supply chain operating to manufacture.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's actually one of our questions. I want to come back to it. You made another great point, which was the kind of introduction as the government as a customer, and the idea of getting vaccines to the market, to the end user, ultimately to the person needing to be vaccinated, and getting it to the injection sites. What we saw during this time period was many of the state governments became our clients in helping them set up this supply chain from CDC authorized supply into how each state was going to distribute to their injection sites, and managing the supply, because state governments don't have ERP systems. They're not tied into the pharmaceutical and CDMO networks, and it was an interesting problem to solve in a number of states. We were able to help get over those hurdles quickly, but it was definitely a new paradigm or an expanded paradigm in the industry. Coming back, Peter, to that point you made, one of our questions during this kind of middle phase, as we were, seeing vaccines ready to come to market, and broader, just were supplier relationships, did they stabilize, change, or dramatically go in different directions during this time period? And I heard you say it sounds like they got stronger and became more, strategic relationships to ensure that everybody could bring products, especially vaccines, to the market.
Well, I think everybody has a common goal, and that's to get vaccines into people's arms. And you have to talk, you have to break down the barriers and build these relationships. And I think it is based on mutual respect and mutual trust, and the fact that we've all got a common goal. So, I think if there's one good thing that's come out of it, it is the collaborations that have been established between the various sort of stakeholders in this, and it's hopefully set a method of work and an approach that we will take forward just in our general business going forward.
Any other thoughts here on the questions that we?
Yeah, just Darren, maybe on this mid phase. I mean, I agree definitely with the other comments around different ways of working between the government, CDMOs, other suppliers, and in our case, trying to balance all those needs between the vaccines, therapeutic support, and then ongoing manufacture for other life-saving drugs was definitely something I think that tested a lot of us, and hopefully, as was mentioned, will kind of be born new ways of working across those constituencies, because I think that there was a lot there to learn from. I think as we think about our supply chain going forward, having better analytics around modeling that was mentioned, understanding how our supply chains are constructed so we have more resiliency and business continuity plans built in is something that we're certainly looking at as we think about not only COVID but other existential threats that we know are out there and likely coming when we look at the complexity in the world today. There's a number of risk factors there. I think in this mid phase for me too, I think the other thing that really hit was the employee well-being piece, right? Because we had been in COVID for quite some time. The hybrid environment, whilst it provides flexibility, brings its challenges. And I think one of those challenges, especially working from home, is the intensity that brings as people are, working long hours, not getting the breaks they would otherwise. And, the burnout factor, the employee well-being factor was really a key focus for us in this mid phase and continues to be. We talked a lot about that from our CEO downwards every week. He would talk about what was happening within the company externally, how we were managing through. We also, instituted some simple practices around, meeting-free Fridays and saying, look, we're not going to have hour meetings. We're going to have 45-minute, 50-minute meetings. So people have time, in between meetings to take take breaks. And then the other thing we did, which honestly I was really pleased that we took this, we created employee well-being days, and we declared 2 days last year, where they were designated days off, if you will, for people to take some time and really focus on their well-being. So I think whilst that was done in response to the intensity around the COVID journey, I think it's made us also think about going forward, how do we do more of that, for our workforce, so that, we can strike the right balance, for people as we go forward. So I was pretty happy with our response around the well-being piece for people.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to add, I think that's such a good point that you bring up, and something that we recognized as well, giving especially our remote employees an opportunity to still have a structure to their day, and to still have an expectation that it's okay to take care of yourself and your mental health, and to give them some opportunities to have that relief valve for the pressure of the situation was critical. And we also did some similar training and had many conversations with the team. One measure that we did specifically was we were able to recognize high performers, give them opportunities to sort of move into more directive leadership roles, and then take the opportunity to grow the team, and sort of spread the total work content and need across more team members. And that allowed us to maintain the coverage and support that we needed to for the operational floor, to grow our internal talent, recognize their ability to step up in this very trying situation, and also bring new talent into the organization. So really, like you said, kind of a positive of a very challenging situation.
Great. And actually, we've seen the very same thing. It's not industry specific, right? We've seen it with consulting. We've seen it across industries. The burnout factor and how we've managed it has been critical to our employees' kind of mental well-being and maintaining productivity and work-life balance, for sure. So I did want to just give one other example. It kind of crosses, it's a case that kind of crosses those first 6 months response, and then how the impact in the second phase, the 7 to 12 month period, where we had a client that supplies insulin in the United States, and because of the patient population and the unemployment, there was a big shift from private insurance to Medicare, and the prescribing pattern went from 30-day supplies to 90-day supplies. So there was a huge early bolus of demand for insulin, and it required the company to work extensively with their supplied the 3PL and to have controlled temperature storage, for an increased amount of controlled temperature storage for the insulin. And then they built up all this capacity. And in the second phase, they had to work with their supplier to ramp down that capacity as the demand shifted back to a more normal pattern in that second phase. So it was really a great example of a partnership between the nodes of the supply chain, all the way from the supplier to the distributor to the warehousing and customer. So let's shift into kind of that phase 3. We've started to segue a little bit already, from after the first year to today and beyond. Particularly on vaccines, we've seen this large increase in demand due to COVID for vaccines and other related COVID therapeutics. And overall, the industry has seen a bit of capacity and raw material constraints. Do we think those constraints will continue over the next few years? And if so, what can the industry do to address them? And again, I think, Melissa, you had a point of view on this question.
Did. So yeah, I do anticipate the industry is going to continue to feel the effects of this pandemic for at least a couple of years to come, because it will take us some time to build the facilities and bring the capacity online that's going to be necessary to support these new programs and maintain the existing medications going out the door. I think one of the biggest shifts I see is a transition from the multi-dose presentations to the single dose, and the pressure that will put on component supply, material supply going into manufacturing. And one of the things that we're doing to look forward here is to really expand our planning horizons beyond even just a year ahead of us to a 3 and 5 year look. What will our capacity look like in that time period? How will it continue to grow, and really take it one step forward to translate for our suppliers? What does that mean in terms of the demand that we'll be sending in their direction? Understanding that they may also need to make scale up decisions and investments in additional capacity to continue to support at that level. We've invested quite a bit of time in developing these models and refining them with each iteration to understand, what does this picture look like, not just in our immediate world and with our immediate constraints and assumptions, but what do we anticipate happening in that 3 to 5 year and sometimes even beyond type of planning horizon.
Any other long-term impacts that people feel the pandemic will have on the vaccine manufacturing industry, and kind of obviously from a planning perspective and the forecast horizon increase, but other areas that?
I mean, certainly from our perspective, there has been this unprecedented demand for materials, and really the only way to respond is to invest in building more capacity. So, our parent company Danaher announced earlier this year a $1.5 billion investment in capacity, and that is spread around various countries of the world, and building facilities and equipping them does take a finite amount of time. So it will be probably into next year before we start to see the benefits of the expansion. But I think the biggest underlying challenge we're going to have is staffing these facilities and training the sort of new associates that work in them. And the one thing that we do hear a lot of is this sort of in-country for country approaches, that there has been a global awakening of the vulnerability of the population to pandemics. And so a lot of countries want to be able to manufacture drugs locally and have access to their supply chains locally, so it becomes national. And if you're going to do that, you need skilled staff, both scientists and operatives. And I don't know, and this is probably a very personal view, but I'm not sure working in a factory is something that people would see as their number one preference in a career, compared to what it may have been 30 or 40 years ago. But there is a demand to reskill and redeploy the workforce. And I can just give you one example where the UK government have funded national training centres, and the purpose being to take a workforce and reskill it. So take people that have been familiar with a manufacturing type environment and reskill them into becoming experts in biotech and biopharma manufacturing. And I think, as we move forward, we will see more and more international training going on to bring a new workforce into our population to enable us to address these new capacity demands, which I think are going to be required not only in the supply chain but in the manufacture of the pharmaceuticals as well.
Yeah, great point, Peter. It's definitely the staffing and the war for talent is a common theme that we hear from our customers, especially when we think through how the vaccine industry is going to expand and change, and certainly the pressure and governmental policies that are in development to incentivize localized manufacturing are certainly on a lot of people's mind in the industry as well. So our next question, and Jackie had actually mentioned this before, has the pandemic increased or heightened the importance and value of digital tools, and can they enable things like end-to-end planning and transparency and process automation? And if so, have your organizations changed or enhanced their digital strategy or roadmap to implement those types of tools?
Yeah, so I mean, the short answer, I guess, from us is yeah, right. We certainly, just in terms of how we operate, when we think about urgency and agility and how key that's going to be to the future of how we operate and the industry. Continuing to use just some of the virtual tools that allowed us to do that more effectively. Certainly will be staying for us, even though we are starting to bring people back to the office starting October. I still see a lot of those tools being used so we can be more efficient and agile. From a business insights and analytics perspective, we're doing a lot more. I think of that, especially when it comes to demand supply modeling, building in resiliency to our supply chain, and making kind of much more strategic decisions of the choices that we make. I think we have a new lens around the use of business analytics for the choices and the strategies we're putting in place there. I think we've been on our journey with automation from a bioprocessing, analytical testing, data perspective, and I think for us it's just really heightened the importance of that, and we're certainly looking at areas where we want to bring forward and accelerate some of those levers when we think about our supply chains. We relatively recently had 2 CAR-T products approved, and for those of you who are familiar with that, those modalities, I mean, they have their own special challenges, and both in terms of quality, manufacturing, turnaround times, for patients, and that's something definitely we're focused on as well as we go forward.
Great. Thank you. And as usual, Jackie, you've segued me into the next question, which is, how are you thinking about risk and resilience of your manufacturing network moving forward? Outside of automation and digital, what levers are people considering pulling to improve the resiliency of end-to-end networks? As it increased inventory levels, dual sourcing, localization of manufacturing, deeper risk assessments of partners to better de-risk the full value chain. I'll pause there and throw that out.
Yeah, I think for us the risk management piece is, again, I think we've got a heightened lens on the risk profile of management. I think more of a focus on strategic partnerships as well. One of the things that we've been doing, and again probably will continue in terms of building in redundancy in our supply chains, is qualifying alternate suppliers. Especially when we think about either direct material parts or processing equipment. For example, when we couldn't get access or restricted access to single-use technology, we started to think about requalifying some of our stainless steel equipment as an example, right, to give us that flexibility. And I think we'll likely continue to be doing more of that, just so we have as many options as possible to build in that resiliency and redundancy in the right way.
Catalent is taking a similar approach, and really all creative options are on the table at this stage. But similarly, looking at dual sourcing, working with our vendors to have vendor managed inventory that supports production, consideration of different materials in terms of reusable or disposables, and what makes the most sense. And then all the way to vertical integration. What can we bring in-house to do ourselves to de-risk the entire process, ensure that we're able to continue supply without interruption.
Any other planned significant changes to network strategy? I heard vertical integration, VMI, which is a fairly common lever to pull, but oftentimes not as easy to implement depending on the systems that you have at your fingertips, and for a contract manufacturer, connecting into a customer's ERP system enablement might often have to be a challenge. And the topic came up, I think, Peter, you mentioned it. Are any of your companies looking at localizing manufacturing where it might currently be offshore or even nearshore, looking at having more local supply capabilities?
Yeah. I mean, as part of our investment program, we are expanding some existing facilities, and we're also introducing new facilities. So there will be similar products made at multiple sites around the world. I think in terms of the technology, the core technologies tend to be vested in certain locations, and international transport hasn't proven really to be the sort of rate limiting challenge. So we will manufacture in the most appropriate place. As I say, the challenges I think that we see more are associated with training and developing and hiring new staff, because if you're going to take technologies that are made in one place and one geographical location and make similar products in a different location, then there is a need to move staff around, bring so new staff can gain experience in the existing facility. We can send existing associates across to the new facility, and at the moment, with some of the restrictions on international travel, that's proven a challenge. Hopefully in time that will reduce, and the sort of ability to train and recruit staff will become easier. But the use of virtual reality to assist in training and developing has been something that we've seen as very valuable across all of our organization and outside as well with customers.
Very good. We brought up the constraint on talent. One of the questions I didn't ask early on was, other areas of the supply chain, whether it be warehousing, distribution, or transportation, where we saw disruption early, but are there areas where there, are continued disruption or constraints, or that we see, potentially being longer term issues to deal with? I know, Peter, you had talked about the, building up capacity and facilities, just kind of probing to see if there's any other areas where your companies are seeing continued issues.
Not that I'm aware of, other than the ones I've already raised.
Okay. So in terms of the panel questions, that was the list of questions that we had. I can recap some of the themes, but I don't know if there's any other questions coming in. I saw one question on the long-term impact of the pandemic on vaccine manufacturing. I think we talked about that a little bit. So I see Randy soliciting any other questions. I'll just kind of run through the themes that I heard. And what were interesting for me to hear is really that the vaccine, candidate ramp up and the response of the industry and the supply chains and suppliers to be able to respond to that increased demand was, an early driver of something new in the industry. Working virtually, interesting. I hadn't thought about the document management and approval and implementing e-signatures, and then generally speaking, the transition from phase 1 to phase 2 is really people's workforces getting accustomed to working remotely, adjusting to the burnout factor, and companies responding to supporting those people or their employees and being able to better adapt to the new ways of working, and really institutionalizing the collaboration among stakeholders, kind of breaking down of old silos, and being able to transition to this new phase of being able to work effectively from home or in a hybrid environment, and really kind of setting up the supply chain and the manufacturing network and its support people to move forward, and that there's generally speaking, to address the new capacity requirements and increase in vaccine manufacturing demands, that there's going to be constraints on staffing and the ability to train that staff and potentially train those employees for local marketing and supply. And then that there's also an element of digital enablement that can help the industry advance and move forward and improve resilience, and some of those agendas around digital and analytics probably needs to be accelerated in this new environment. And that risk management, strategic partnerships, the ability to qualify alternate suppliers and implement new methodologies such as vendor managed inventory, and more considerations around local manufacturing will all play parts in this risk mitigation and resilience objectives for the industry. So I haven't seen any new questions come in, Debbie. And I did get a note that it was hard to hard to hear me. So I'm speaking up louder or closer to my microphone.
Yes.
So just before we wrap up, maybe I can ask each of the panelists to give any final remarks on their thoughts about the panel questions today, or anything that they think is relevant that we haven't covered. So why don't we? I'll start with Melissa.
Thank you. So I think it goes without saying that this whole experience has been unprecedented, and definitely in our industry, in the pharmaceutical industry, that's uber apparent. Never before have we been challenged to take an asset quite literally from a hole in the ground to GMP production on such a time frame. Never have we transferred in multiple programs and brought them to scale and effectively launched them on a timeline such as this, when the assets that would be making them were under construction. Material shortages and navigating through that space and working with the government, like I said, not just as a regulator, but as a partner. These were all brand new experiences that even I think some of the most seasoned of my colleagues, myself, and other leaders in the industry had maybe not faced, had definitely not faced before. And throughout this whole experience, my team has joked, it feels almost like we're building the plane while we're flying it, trying to understand what this new world looks like. And but I think it's been so much bigger than that. And I can only think of maybe a few examples in history where it seems like a shared experience. Bringing Apollo home, or rising to the needs for the war effort. And maybe that's a bit bold of a comparison, but it feels like we're in a moment such as that. And for Catalent, and I'm sure for everyone, we're a bunch of ordinary people bringing our best selves to work every day to try to solve these extremely complex problems logistically and technically and scientifically, with limited resources or challenging resources and circumstances, and what's felt like at times a very tragic and impending deadline. And while we don't have that maybe direct personal experience or precedent to rely upon to guide us through these times, one thing that's been very helpful and been a through line throughout the whole experience has been just the organizational values of being patient-minded, quality and safety first, innovative, and really driving for solutions versus accepting these challenges. And I think that's really helped us as an industry, helped Catalent as an organization, helped personally my team navigate these times and continue to bring the medicines that we do to the patients that need them, whether they're the vaccine programs or the life-saving medications that we've continued to produce throughout this time.
Great, Melissa, thank you for those insights and thoughts. Jackie, any parting comments?
Thank you. Yeah, very, very similar to Melissa. I do think, it showed us as an industry and within our individual companies, what we're capable of, right? And, as we think about coming out of COVID, I do feel the industry is at an inflection point here of, kind of redefining or having the opportunity to redefine how we do things differently going forward. The way that the industry rose to this threat, which of course was significant, also has put the industry in a more positive light than maybe we've been used to, which I think is another good reason for us to build on that momentum and be able to shift some paradigms that we've been working in that we didn't think were possible to shift. With the partnerships and relationships that have been forged. So, I really, want as an industry to think about what those things are and come together and put our forces around them, whether it's new ways to, break down the paradigms of how we develop, drugs, vaccines, et cetera, or, as we think about innovation differently or our supply chains. I just think there's a real ripe opportunity for us to come together in ways that we hadn't before or didn't think was possible. So that's my hope coming out of this, and all, as Melissa said, in the service of patients, which I know we're all passionate about. Thanks.
Thank you, Jackie. Finally, and Peter, any final imparting thoughts?
Yeah, so I'll share with you an example that we had, and it was back in March last year. So I got a phone call on a Friday night from the BioIndustry Association in the UK saying, Oxford University have got this molecule that they think could be a COVID vaccine. We need to get a consortium together, and we need to figure out a way of manufacturing it. This was a Friday night. So over the weekend we agreed, and on the Monday we formed a consortium was formed. We took a process from Oxford University, which they'd run at 3 litre scale. I think within 8 weeks in our labs in Portsmouth in the UK, we scaled it up through 50 litre to 200 litre scale and made the first batches, not under GMP, of material. We transferred the methods to Cobra Biologics, to Oxford Biomedica, and to Helix, who started to make GMP material. AstraZeneca then joined it, and now that vaccine has been put into more patients in the world globally than I believe the rest put together. And it shows what a collaboration can do. And to me, that's the precedent that's been set. If you set your mind to it with a common mission, you can really do transformational things, and it's all through a collegiate relationship between groups of people who've got one goal in mind: to make people better.
That's a great story, Peter, and it always makes me proud to be part of this industry, be associated with this industry, and hear everybody talk about the common goal of patient centricity and how hard everybody works to collaborate and bring really innovative and meaningful solutions to the market and our customers who are the patients. So really appreciate those final thoughts. I really had a great time moderating the panel today. I actually got done minutes early, Debbie, so more time for others. I don't see any final questions, so Debbie, I will pass it back to you.
Thank you so much, Darren. Thank you. Hear on those last words. And also, again, to this panel, thank you for your jobs and your role in saving the world. So Darren, Melissa, Jackie, Peter, again, thank you. And keep doing what you're doing out there. We need you. So at this point, we are going to move to a case study, a little bit of a different take on this discussion. And we're going to hear how Thermo Fisher Scientific, who was clearly a key player in all of this, helped the industry navigate the challenges and what takeaways we'll be able to use post-pandemic from their perspective. So I'd ask you to please join me in business services for Thermo Fisher Scientific, Conrad Bauer. Conrad, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you, Debbie. And thanks everybody for the time. So maybe quickly, what am I doing with this big title? I'm actually responsible for operations in Thermo Fisher. And what I'm going to talk about for you all is how the last 18 months was for Thermo Fisher navigating and operating in the environment we all had to work in. And then a little bit, what is our response? And also, what are we actually taking out of the pandemic for the long run in the sense of what are lessons learned we're going to keep for good? So if you can move to the next slide. If I think back about it, COVID kind of hit us end of February. And if I take that before, it was not the call that we got a molecule, but it was the call of a site which says, we have the first case at our site, and the site was located in Europe, in actually southern Germany. And this is where really COVID became extremely real for us in the company. And at that time, we didn't know a lot. So the first thing we had to make sure as a company was, how do we care for our people? How do we actually drive a certain sense of security in our company going forward? And do that with very limited information. Because if you all go back to February 2020, yes, we knew COVID existed. Yes, we knew it was a virus. Many of us thought, well, it's a little bit like a flu virus. It's going to behave like that. We didn't know if completely it was airborne and how contagious it could get, etc. So what we stood up to comfort people was to actually manage on a very fast pace the message and all the directions to the site, which is usually not how we would operate. But what we set up is a central team cutting and doing all the discussions and doing all the decisions in a very fast pace to basically comfort our people going forward and giving them clear guidance how to deal with that. And I was heading this with two other people out of the company leadership team. And I can tell it was an uncomfortable conversation at times because you had so much ambiguity, but everything people wanted from you is clarity. So I think what we really took out of that and what is there to stay is you have to care for your people and you have to make sure they actually feel safe where they work. And I think if many of you talking about the return to work, etc., it's more important today than it actually has been to make sure people understand that one. The second thing we changed in this one is we didn't decentralize, but we actually streamlined everything to a very central focal point. And the reason for that was for us to make sure that we could take decisions fast and we didn't bring a lot of ambiguity into the organization. Now, the last thing also on my slide, which is going to be there to stay, is new models of working. So yes, we all know new models of working from how do we think about virtual work, how do we think about hybrid work, etc. But if you think about manufacturing, and you see that on the right-hand side, this was also about how do we actually think about the workspace in the future? How do you think about dividers? How do you actually think about setting up work not any longer to cramp as much as possible in as a closed space as feasible? But how do you actually get there to say, no, they need to feel comfortable, they need to distance, you need to keep the feet apart, etc. And how do you do that? And I actually think going forward, that is one of the things to stay. And with that one came also a huge push of automation. So I think the push in the workplace was not only about digital, but it was also a huge push for automation on how do you actually dissolve space with manual work through better automation approaches. And it just had a huge accelerating effect. If we then move on to the second topic, which was very important for us, is to stay operational. As many of the pharma companies and many of the colleagues who have spoken before me, we actually very soon learned we can't close down. There's just no option for us to take a pause and say, let's close everything down, let's restart, because we have been vital for some of the vaccine manufacturing, but some also obviously of the testing for COVID. So our second priority was like, how do we make sure we're staying operational? And I think there's two big topics about that for us to take out of that. The one is again, a decision-making point on get out of what is the right demand, etc., because that didn't fly any longer. If you think about it, what the usual thing would be in operations, you would say, well, okay, how many tests do I need? What is the market saying, etc. The market didn't say anything. The market said, whatever we want, give it to me. So we actually made this more a belief system. And we started, if you look back in some of the presentations, we started with promising 1 million tests per week to the government. Then we increased it to 5 million. And then we internally basically went 10, 20, 30. And that wasn't about demand. It was all about how high do we actually think we need to jump? That was the real discussion we had in the background. The other thing which came out of that is, how do you give clarity and guidance to operational teams? Because usually they're used to an S&OP process, long debates about what is the right demand, etc. And we had to tell them, no, you're going to go for 20 million tests per week. Invest as much as possible. And you had to have the clarity in your message that if we change our opinion 2 weeks down the road, that is going to happen. But it's going to be on us as a leadership team to take this, and we don't need second guessing, etc. at the moment in there, because teams can get very literal. So again, we kept all the scenario planning out, and we managed with a lot of clear directions and transparency to the team. So in testing, it was a 20, 40, 50, and in vaccine, it was a different story. Kind of what was said before, it was all about the collaboration. How can we actually collaborate very early on with vaccine manufacturers on what this will really mean? And just to give you a flavor, if we're not as familiar with Thermo Fisher, we are heavily involved in vaccine manufacture, not only as a contract manufacturer, but also as a manufacturer of many of the raw materials, ingredients, and production technologies which go in vaccines. So while testing was more, what do you believe to be true? And that's how you manage it. Vaccination was all about how do we collaborate, how do we actually get alignment on what needs to happen and how much needs to happen, which location it needs to happen. So as a takeaway, I would say, first of all, the message which is on the chart, a crisis isn't a time of consensus building, it's more a time of decisiveness. And I think we all know that it's kind of this psychological thing of you have so much going on, you actually fast, and you can't hold yourself up with building a long consensus. This means you need a different style of communication, and you need a different buy-in, and you need to admit changes which you're doing in direction without much ado about it, because that's just where it goes. I think for what is it going to be to stay, it is going to be that even as our industry is changing at the moment, even as we're still working through some of these constraints, the difference in be much more strict on scenario planning and be very rapid with your decision making is going to stay, because yes, we have all learned that before. That's kind of the core of agility, but the crisis has really taught us how to do this. The second thing I would take out of this as a learning is we as an industry have actually to see how we fit in, how we're important, how we manage supply chains. Because to stay operational, there's a whole topic which I'm going to touch on later on how do you actually manage supply chains during this crisis. And it's a very different collaboration. You need it with governments, with government relations to actually make sure this is all still working. Because while I would say the most part of countries and regions were in like lockdown modes, you actually needed to persuade single governments, single regulatory bodies to say, no, you can't lock us down. You actually have to open us up. You actually have to produce something. And I can tell you that some of these travel restrictions, etc., obviously didn't help, because your whole way of working together as a team needed to change dramatically. The third takeaway on this collaboration piece is we need stronger bidirectional collaboration between biopharma companies and partners like Thermo Fisher's and others, because I think what this also shows us at the moment is we are short on products or capacities which we would have never ever thought about beforehand. So it is really key as an industry to drive this collaboration effort, to be clear on where everybody is going. So we are enabling our service to patients and our service to society at the right level. So what you see at the right-hand side, just as a snippet, the first one is a little bit, how did we measure COVID cases, et cetera? That's coming back to giving people actually the comfort. So we measured our COVID cases in every site, very transparent for our employees and leaders. So basically they can give a clear message to the teams. And on the lower one, you just see how we projected our increases in testing without any demand pictures, just saying, this is where we want to go. This is how we're going to set ourselves up to invest. And this is how we actually increase testing volumes. Next to the staying operational, so next to the negotiating with governments, keeping people safe, making sure they still show up to the workplace, I think the third big learning to take away is you need to plan for supply challenges. So if you can go to the next slide. Now, the supply challenge topic has been in our industry for some time, correct? Some of you might know tools like Resolink, etc. I think what happened at the beginning of the pandemic is all these tools were not set up for what a pandemic is. All these tools are set up for specific incidents in one local region. So they're not set up for Europe is in a lockdown, because what you just get is a lot of churn. What we, instead of using these tools, we actually shut some of them off. We actually sent to some of you, most likely, and other customers information where we said, this is no longer going to give you any insights because we're getting too many of these emails, we're getting too many messages, we're getting too many questions. So there's two big things we did to change to actually manage that. The one is we set up a war room like most of us did, and we always measured very clearly the impact on how much are we missing, where are we? The second thing is, after that transparency, we over-invested in inventories. I think that's something many are doing now, but we already did that in April, May last year, because our learning already when the crisis started in China was the spirit of just-in-time, the spirit of short supply chains will not work for some time. So we basically had to rejigger our overall network. And we went also from a pure, like, we're pinging every supplier on, hey, how are you doing, etc. We went very clear to a network disruption topic on what are actually the single points of failure we need to manage, and where do we not manage centrally, but where do we also let failure happen because it's not going to ruin, it's not going to dramatically change our setup. So last but not least, what we did is we're scaling and diversifying at the moment. So the diversification is, when we did this scaling, is we didn't invest everything in one region, we invested in multiple regions. And just to give you a flavor, at the moment, Thermo Fisher is building between 7 to 11 sites. The 211 is basically not because I don't know my number, it's more because 4 of them are major extensions. And this is a major endeavor for us to basically make sure society and make sure the overall vaccine manufacturing and biomanufacturing is actually going to stay on track, and you're going to have hopefully soon less bottlenecks than we have today. The thing which I would take out of that for the long run is we will need a different model for supply chains. Our supply chains are not resilient enough, and we need a different collaboration in the pharma industry how to do that. Our tradition is not on early on collaboration with suppliers and customers to establish how demand pattern locks. But I think we need to get much better in that. We need to have earlier engagement discussions on, hey, if a molecule is successful, how big is it going to be? What do you project for peak sales, etc. To make that happen. We have to increase our flexibility, especially also regional flexibility. And I think as a healthcare industry, since we're very slow in the adoption of some of these collaboration models, we need to take the booster from this crisis to actually get into a better collaboration mindset. So if we go to the last slide, because I rather want to hear some of your questions, if I wrap this all up for us, the first focus is on people. You need to make sure your people are feeling safe. The second one was on operational continuity. And the third one was on how do you make sure you manage your supply chains. Crisis and the last 18 months have been all about decisiveness and fast activity and a constant communication. And the last one on this, and I think that one is also going to say, all have to be ready to embrace change, because I don't even think we can at the moment model out what the next 10, 12, 24 months look like. And that's why we need to embrace change, and we need to be actually very clear on how do we manage the next challenges and how would we manage the next crisis. For me, one big learning, which is not on the charts always, is also we had all these plans in our drawers. I think most of the companies and most of you have business continuity plans. The reality is none of them, at least from those I know from my own company or also from other colleagues which I talked to, actually worked in the crisis. So the embracing change has also this point of you actually need to be in a constant mode of planning, because if you're not in a constant mode of planning, you cannot act fast enough to navigate such an environment. And maybe with that one, I'm opening it up for questions and answer any questions anybody would have.
Thanks so much, Conrad. So maybe I'll kick it off. So how do you strike the right balance between preparing for supply fluctuation and overstocking? And, how's that going now? And as you move forward, what do you see?
Thanks for that question, Debbie. I think it changed. So at the beginning, it was more like you looked at the value stream, let's say, of testing, and you basically said, okay, whatever I'm going to have for that, if I'm going to consume over time. So it was more a question on how much can I actually get? How much can I stock? I think at the moment, it's a different twist on that, which is, some of your products are short in supply. Let me take something which is not as biotech specific, but I think everybody can relate to. You're reading about the chip shortage. Chip shortages already have impact on cars. They also have impact on equipment manufacturing. But for example, our strategy at the moment is to still stock up all the products which are not chip related. So at the time where you actually get your scarce product, you're able to supply, you're able to produce. If you ask me for a rule of thumb, Debbie, I would actually give you another answer. I think we're all going to get out of these crises with transport, et cetera, with 2 to 3 weeks more of inventory, because we just all learned that, be it 50 container ships in front of the West Coast, and I don't know how many it is on the East Coast, or if it airlines who don't have belly freight because there's not as many flights any longer between Europe and the US. We all learned that this is actually making it very hard for us to manage. So I think we're all going to take out this noise out of our supply chains, which are actually stocking up. And I think ultimately it's going to drive us to a different flexibility concept where our question of what is a total landed cost is actually changing in the future, where you're not only going to look at the overall inventory, but you're going to look at your length of your supply chain, and you're actually going to figure out how to value a chain, which if you take it out of APAC to the US East Coast might be 12 to 16 weeks. How much more are you actually willing to pay for a chain which would be inside the US and only takes you 2 weeks going forward? So I think that's the third learning out of that, if that makes sense to you.
So it sounds like that's a great opportunity for the US in terms of additional manufacturing facilities, et cetera. So great. Okay. So you talked about rapid decision-making in a crisis, and, some of our audience is definitely a little smaller than some of our larger companies, that some of whom we've heard from today on both sides of the equation, and of course with fewer resources as a result. So are there sources of information that you think can help the smaller entities navigate more quickly? And can you provide an example of when, there was quick decisiveness in your organization, and then what was the outcome?
I actually think the first thing of my hypothesis, because I worked for small and large companies, is small companies by default usually have a faster way of deciding because they need fewer people who actually can take the decision. So I think that agility topic usually in smaller companies is better. On the information, if I look back at the crisis, Debbie, I think we all were in the same spot because nobody had perfect information at that point. We all were drinking from the fire hose by Googling, looking at this article, looking at a different article, and then calling somebody. What we at the end did, and I think that's what I would advise, is we called some experts. So there's a typical expert networks, like also you building with your own organization on like whom to call. And I think that's very important. Call one or two experts, form yourself the opinion and decide on that. Because actually the first thing I said on the news flash, which we got every day, you got this problem. This is very negative. It is not filtered. You don't know what is right. So you better actually call the two experts to help you to take a decision. The one decision which made a huge impact or difference for us is actually that in April last year, we decided that the pandemic most likely is going to stay for longer than we thought, because at the beginning we thought like, well, we're going to be over it in like the summertime, right? Because there was this thing about, could this actually go away over summer? Could we actually, like China did with a rigid lockdown, get out of this? And we decided very fast after the first noise was over, this is not going to be over fast, and this is going to be 20 million tests plus. And that had dramatic impact. At that time, I actually started to order more than 80 tools for deep well plates and for other plastic materials to bring online. And that was important for us because if you look at testing, if you look at some of the bottlenecks, the biggest bottlenecks was plastic supply. And for us, that was a main argument or a main lever at that point to have taken this decision, and basically within a week have signed off on the investment request for more than 60 million of tool manufacturing.
Okay, thank you. We have a question in the chat that sort of builds on the previous discussion. So do you believe that the COVID experience will push more governments to build their domestic pharma supply chain? Is this the beginning of the end of globalization?
I'm not sure it's the end of globalization, but I think it's a difference. So there's two answers in my head for that. A, do we see the governments interacting and intervening? Yes, we do. And I think we all see what in the US, BARDA and others are doing to basically build capabilities in the US. And we see the same happening in Europe, and we see the same happening in Asia. So yes, governments are strategically investing. My second lens on that one is even after the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, and now you see I'm a supply chain geek in that sense, you saw that overall GDP was growing faster than actually world trade. So you already saw that there's a certain decoupling happening even at that side. So the trend to decouple is there. The trend to regionalize, to more individualize, to more customized for the markets is there, and it's going to be accelerated by the pandemic. Now, here's a caveat. Do I fully believe that we're going to get 100% localized supply chains? No, I don't. And at least not in the next 5 to 10 years, because the supply chains are just too fragmented for that. Because if you go down in your supply chain to your tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, you're mostly going to end up somewhere else in a different region in between. And I don't think it would be good for society or for economically if we try to unbundle this all, because then we would need to have a whole different discussion about what are healthcare costs, etc. in the future, because that at the beginning would give us a huge more inflation push than we already have. And I'm not sure that's where we're going to steer. So my assumption is more regionalization, yes. Is it going to be focused on core technologies? Yes. Are we going to get out completely out of globalization? I don't think that's going to happen that fast, because the cost impact is going to be too big.
Okay. Interesting, because that question came from Dr. Carlo Di Notarstefani. Maybe we'll have to hear his take on that, because he's obviously had a bird's eye view, a very interesting perspective on that. So let's see. A question from our co-chair, Mike Alty. How much has Thermo Fisher added new suppliers closer to the plant where the materials are needed? And conversely, has it reduced use of more distant suppliers?
So yes, so we actually, let me give two answers to that, Mike. The one is we build capabilities within the different regions which we didn't have before. So if I would look at our old network, a lot of the setup was global supply for, so global factories for global supply, and that one changed for us. So we have some, if I think about enzymes, etc., where we just had to invest a lot, we've built new factories which are basically now in the US. We have some in Europe, etc. So yes, that is happening, and that's ongoing. On the same is happening if you think about raw materials, etc., where the scarcity we're seeing in the market is leading to you need more multiple supplier qualification, and obviously you're looking at more than one region supplier to do that. So I think that the trend is there and is happening. It's still a question of, is it a viable offer or not, correct? I'm at the end, it's an economic decision. Do I have a supplier who has the right quality, who has the right volume, who has the right capacity and capabilities? If that's not the case, I'm still there. But the answer is like where basically it makes sense from a total cost of ownership, total cost of supply, we're going to do this, but it's going to be all about, is the infrastructure existing or not?
Okay, very good. Thank you. So let's see. What was the biggest supply chain challenge you faced, and how did you resolve it? What's the one most important change that you made?
Our biggest constraint was plastic supply, and the resolution, because at that time, it doesn't really matter if it's vials, if it's deep well plates, or if it's pipette tips. And I'm sorry, it sounds, if we would have talked about that in 2018, 2019, it sounds very basic. But those have been the biggest issues. And the reason for that is, it's not that I can just produce more batches, etc., but it's a tool-intensive business. And our biggest problem was to get tools very fast. How did we resolve it? We basically, out of one or two suppliers which we had for those materials, including our own internal manufacturing, we actually built up a network of 18 suppliers. So we scaled our network to 18 suppliers. We collaborated a lot with our so-called frenemies, basically competitors, to build tools, because it was all about who has a tool shop, who doesn't have a tool shop, who has a press available, who has space available. So the overcoming was basically building a huge network and collaborating together to actually get out of that situation.
Okay, thank you. And Mabel Acosta is asking, so how do you track the effectiveness of decisions made during the crisis, and when it may be appropriate to pivot a previous decision?
So if I take the decision to go for 20 million tests, etc., we usually gave us a lead time where we said, well, if the market is not absorbing the volume for more than 12 weeks, so a quarter, we basically revised that. But I think, to Mabel's question, that's not going to be a digital answer to it, but it depends on what's the decision. But I think you have to set yourself a clear time frame, and you have to do that at the point you take that decision, because I think we all know the biggest problem you do or you have is, if you don't set yourself the guardrails for your decision before you want to evaluate it, you're always going to dangle around like, oh, I can wait a little bit longer. So that, I think, would be my real guidance on that one, is to say, at the point you take the decision, be very clear when you want to revise the decision and what are the critical factors of success you're going to look at. Because else you get into the swirl of, well, maybe, maybe not. And that's just not helpful, because it's extending your timelines in decision making.
Okay, great. Definitely a theme. Okay, so how have the experiences of the last 18 months empowered your employees and changed leadership?
So I think the last 18 months in the change of leadership has been this clearer, direct communication. And I also think there was a much clearer sense of purpose for everybody in the company, correct? I mean, the good or the bad thing working in healthcare in this 18 months is you had a lot to do, but you had a very clear purpose for society to do that, which is actually very empowering for people on the front line. And I think the tricky question is, how do we actually carry this over this crisis now, that people keep that purpose and keep that understanding on how important the work, let me go back to plastics, even on a plastic press is for society. Because you're talking about sites in regions and locations where people would normally not know how impactful their product is. And I think that is going to be the key going forward.
Okay. And what I think is going to be our last question, how did your CFO finance team help or hinder the sudden production ramp up, and what convinced them to support decisions not based on known demand?
Yeah. So luckily the CFO is my boss, and he helped and he didn't hinder. The most important thing which actually happened at the beginning of the crisis was, and I don't know if you can call it strategy, etc., but Stephen Williamson, which is my CFO, has been as forward looking and actually making sure we have enough cash flow, because the first concern in March, and I think it was for every company, how do we survive? How long can we actually survive as a company? So what he made sure is that we had enough cash to actually finance these inventories. And in that sense, he gave me freedom to operate in the 6 weeks. I'm sometimes telling people, and that don't take it maybe the words I'm saying now, and that might be my German English in that sense, it's like, but in operations, it was the only time in my career, and I'm working more than 20 years in operations, where nobody asks you about how much does it cost. Everybody just asks you, how can you do it faster? And that came from him as much as from everybody else. And in that sense, I think actually the company enabled us to strive, because this was not any longer about, well, is this really necessary? This was all about, no, we want this faster, which is as stressful somehow, but it's actually a very nice thing to have, because you feel very enabled and very empowered to do a lot in a very short time.
Terrific. Conrad, thank you so much. We've seen so much inspired leadership throughout the pandemic, and certainly peppered into today's discussion. And I think that you are a case in point, as well as clearly others at Thermo Fisher Scientific. So Conrad, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to what you're doing at Thermo Fisher and the company as a whole. And again, please keep doing what you're doing, because we need you out there.
Thank you. And have a good remainder of the day.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And so with that, we are going to take a break up until 1 o'clock, and hopefully you can grab some lunch, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had perhaps a lunch, maybe a light one, but a lunch anyway. I hope you're learning as much from today's program as I am. And once again, we'd invite you to type your questions for our speakers in the chat box. Another shout out to today's generous sponsors. Their logos are on the screen before us now. Not over yet. We still have more to come, including a networking session at the end of the program where you can engage with other attendees, and I hope you'll stick around for that. So now, having had a hand in and a bird's eye view of the US government's response to the pandemic, as well as the rollout of vaccines, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker to provide his insightful account and perspective on how we've gotten to where we are today. As we heard earlier today, we sort of had a couple teasers to what our next speaker might have to share with us. So please welcome the lead advisor for manufacturing and supply chain operation Warp Speed, federal COVID-19 response at CDN Advising, Dr. Carlo D. Notatara-Stefani. That's a mouthful, Dr. Carlo D. We're going to call you Carlo if you don't mind. And welcome, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Debbie. And I hope my video and audio work well today.
You sound and look perfect.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining me today on this discussion. My name is Carlo De Notari Stefani. As Debbie said, I've been for the last 18 months, the lead advisor on manufacturing and supply chain to what was known as Operations Warp Speed. Today, the name is different. It's CAG, Countermeasure Acceleration Group. Now, in this capacity, I've had the privilege and the responsibility of following closely the development, manufacturing, and launch of several vaccines for COVID-19, as well as neutralizing antibodies, oral antivirals, and other therapeutic candidates. Now, I like to think of myself as a retired pharma operations executive. I retired from Teva at the end of 2019 after almost a 40 years career in pharmaceuticals operations that brought me through several countries and companies. For the last 8 years, I had been the president and CEO of operations at Teva. And before that, I was the president of technical operations and support functions at Bristol Myers Squibb for another 8 years. I would like to share with you today the story of my involvement and experience with Operations Warp Speed, some of the learnings, some personal considerations, always with the perspective of an industry veteran, embedded though in a US government task force, which was quite a unique experience for me. I'm sure you are familiar now with the incredible success stories like the one we have heard from Juan and Francois at Moderna, or similar stories from Pfizer, AstraZeneca, other companies. People like them have not only contributed to saving millions of lives, but they really have created the possibility of going back to an almost normal life. And now that we have missed it for a while, we certainly do appreciate that very much. I will share some considerations and perspectives coming from a different angles, from having worked closely embedded in a government task force, in close partnership with the industry, in a crisis situation where every day counts. How do you speed science and technology without compromising on integrity, quality, safety, all the things we believe in and stand for? If I can have next slide. So allow me to start with a personal view and comment here. COVID-19 was not totally unexpected. It did not hit us out of the blue. Now, this was certainly not the first crisis we have seen impacting the pharmaceutical supply chain. Over the span of my working life, I've seen my fair share of black swan events, which created a challenge to our ability to bring drugs to patients who needed them every day, everywhere in the world. As diverse as these events were, they all shared some features, though. They were unexpected, and we were utterly unprepared for them. Whether these were nuclear reactor incidents in Japan or Ukraine, volcanic eruptions in Iceland or the Philippines, financial crisis on Wall Street or Main Street, cyber attacks on our factories. The reality is our risk management plans did not fully cover these scenarios before we actually had to face them. These were the so-called unknown unknowns. And this was pretty much true for most of the industry. But as an industry, we learn quickly. And we analyze what didn't work in our plans, what worked, and I'm confident now that the industry is much better prepared for the next round of one of these events. We know them and we have a playbook. Now, when I retired in January 2020, my plans were to do some consulting, join some boards, spend more time with my grandkids, and certainly do a lot of sailing, not necessarily in that order. And then February, next month, COVID-19 hit the news. My plans were disrupted. I didn't have a plan for this, as I'm sure your plans were impacted too. So despite this being a foreseeable event that we had lived through a few times before, and I'm sure some of you remember the avian flu with the temperature screening in every airport. Well, the truth is this time was different in many respects. It was global. It escalated much faster than anyone expected. And that, combined with the restrictions imposed by the governments around the world, created an unprecedented challenge for the pharma industry. Maintaining the flow of drugs to patients around the world in such conditions, we all know it hasn't been easy. And I think the industry and you all deserve a lot of credit for having done that. From my side, in April last year, I was resigned to having to review my retirement plans and make the best of what was going to happen. And I can tell you, if you ride a bike on New Jersey roads during those first phases of the pandemic, when schools and businesses had shut down, that was really an exhilarating experience, really unusual. So during one of these rides, my cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed HHS. Now, I don't answer spam calls, but I had my earbuds on and the phone answered directly. So a nice lady asked me to take a call from the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response at the Health and Human Service Department. I don't know you, but I have to admit my ignorance on the structure of many US government agencies. I really thought this was a spam call, but decided to play along and said, sure. It turns out it wasn't spam after all. The person I spoke with, Dr. Bob Kadlec, was really the assistant secretary of this agency. And he told me that the government was putting together a task force co-led by the Health and Human Service Department and the Department of Defense, sort of like the model of the Manhattan Project during World War II. The scope was to accelerate the development of countermeasures for COVID-19. This task force would be led by someone with deep experience in vaccines and antibodies development that they were in the process of signing up. And they needed someone with experience in manufacturing, quality, and supply chain management to support the leader for these aspects. The objective was to deliver 300 million doses of a vaccine by the end of the year. Now, I wasn't convinced, right? 300 million doses by the end of the year seemed not only impossible, but frankly ridiculous. That same day, I had several more calls, one with Alex Azar, the HHS secretary, who shared more details on the structure of this task force, the people that had already accepted to join it, the governance model he planned to put in place, and the reason why he thought industry manufacturing expertise was critical to the success of the operation. At that point, I was sold. Not that I was convinced that this could be done and was going to be successful, but rather that without this effort, even if good science could figure out a way to attack this virus and the damage it was making, there was no chance of really making an impact on the country in the reasonable amount of time. We did not know exactly what we would need to manufacture, but we knew that there was no capacity available in the system for it. We would need to plan for success and accept a certain number of failures as the necessary price to pay to get to the finish line. If I can have next slide, please. So finally, the original blue sky ambitions of having 300 million doses by the end of the year was realigned to a more reasonable 100 million doses by January 21 and 300 million doses by mid-21. Still very ambitious, but we could see a narrow path to this. For the next few days, the organization started to take shape. And I met the two leaders that would take responsibility for the vaccines and the therapeutic development, Dr. Peter Marks and Dr. Janet Woodcock, and the overall task force leader, Monsef Slaoui. Peter Marks, and Janet Woodcock, I'm sure need no introduction. They have been leading respectively CBER and CDER at the FDA, so there was no question that they were ideally qualified for this role. Monsef was a retired head of R&D at GSK Vaccines who had a very successful track record under his belt. Dr. Marks ultimately decided to stay with CBER and follow this effort from that position, and was replaced by Dr. Matt Hepburn from DARPA, the Defense Department Research Agency. And I have to say that Peter Marks at the FDA in that role continued to support the operations throughout all this period. And certainly those of you who have experienced interactions with the FDA through this period on this scope have come to appreciate how much the approach of the FDA has changed on this. The initiative was given the name of Operations Warp Speed and was officially announced by the White House in May. During that ceremony, I met another key member of the operations leadership, General Gus Perna. General Perna was a 4-star general in charge of all logistics for the US Army. He took the role of Chief Operating Officer, responsible for coordinating with the Department of Defense and all other government agencies to ensure resources would be available to execute our plans. He knew how to make things happen fast within the rules of the government, of course. And his motto was, if you need something, you tell me. And if it's not immoral, illegal, or unethical, we'll make it happen. We made an early decision to work together in person as much as possible, and we set up shop at the HHS building in Washington, D.C. Also, a large team of Army logistics personnel joined us there, and this was probably a key decision which facilitated the creation of team spirit and alignment, even if it created some concerns at the beginning. We had to travel there or be there in person, meeting in person throughout all the lockdown periods. But ultimately, it's important to be clear. The results that we will see are the results of the work of companies who participated in this effort with the support of this task force. And there is no arguing that these results were impactful for our country and for the world. Recently, the US has committed to donate an additional 500 million doses of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccines to low-income countries to help the global effort coordinated by COVAX and the WHO. So this impact goes well beyond the boundaries of the US. Next slide, please. So the initial focus of Operations Warp Speed was on the selection of the portfolio of projects we would concentrate our effort on and the creation of the project structure. We basically created the process for the portfolio that many big pharma companies have in place to manage and prioritize their pipeline, and the product teams to support and advance each project. Now, again, this was a support structure. The development, launch, and supply responsibilities stayed with the companies. But we mirrored their structure in order to closely follow progress, identify opportunities for acceleration, roadblocks to be removed, and support with the resources of the US government when needed and when possible. BARDA, the Health and Human Service R&D agency, provided all the program management and together with NIH, the development expertise. Consultants supported this effort from the very beginning with more of a program management approach. Each product had the product coordination team, very much like you find in pharma to support the development of the pipeline with clinical expertise, manufacturing expertise, regulatory expertise, so that all the different aspects of this process could be followed closely and supported when needed. All these teams were led by Senior BARDA officer, Dr. Robert Johnson. And the governance included a weekly meeting with the board, chaired by the two secretaries of the Health and Human Service Department and the Department of Defense, with participation from the NIH leadership, FDA leadership, the White House, where we would give progress report updates and ask for endorsement of decisions we had made when needed. And let me pause for a moment here and add maybe a small parenthesis. The governance of the operations was one of my key concerns in joining. Would we be able to make the decisions we felt were needed, or would we be pushed around or slowed down by bureaucracy and politics? I did not join because of any political reason, and I knew that was true for many, many others there. We wanted to bring our small contribution to addressing this challenge because we believed our experience could be of help. And I have to say that political interference was practically non-existent, or at least not felt during my time with the operation. We were shielded by several individuals like Paul Mango, the Assistant Chief of Staff of HHS, who did a fantastic job of supporting and advising us on the best way to get the decisions we needed and quickly. And so this way we selected 6 vaccines candidates, several promising antibodies and antiviral agents, and we started working with each company. Next slide, please. So government bureaucracies around the world are known for many reasons, but usually speed of action is not one of them. But under emergency conditions, like when you are in a war, rules are different and many opportunities are available which do not usually exist. Don't get me wrong, this is not small biotech startup speed I'm talking about, but is reasonable speed when you have people who know this system and can move within its complexity. And we did have support of General Perna, some of his lieutenants, and Paul Mango, and a few others who really knew where to bring the decisions when were needed, how to get to an outcome within the government bureaucracy. Contracts, agreements were negotiated with each company, and we had the flexibility to accommodate both the needs of the smaller companies, which needed a lot of support, handholding, resources, or the needs of the larger companies, which really didn't want interference from the US government, but still wanted to have the option of asking for support if and when needed. And let me tell you, there has not been a single company we work with which at one or a different point in time has not asked for that support. Now, the strategy of Operations Warp Speed, endorsed by the board and the White House, was relatively simple. Select a portfolio of products based on different technologies and platforms, some proven, some unproven but promising, and support them with resources to allow to move forward in parallel on multiple fronts, to allow manufacturing and stockpiling at risk. Somebody said it earlier today, plan for success, assume that everything would work and behave accordingly. The US government would take the financial risks in most cases in order to allow significant quantities of product to be available immediately in case of a successful clinical trial and FDA emergency use authorization. You know, that's not the way it normally works in the industry. You do not start building a commercial scale plant for a product for which you have not even done a phase 1 study. But that is exactly what we did. We moved in parallel on several fronts. As the clinical development progressed and phase 1 was ongoing, we were setting up structure to manage phase 2 and phase 3 studies with the flexibility of following the pandemic where the pandemic was flaring, both within the US and around the world. While the companies were doing process development, we were standing up capacity, buying components, vials, single-use bags, filters, and all the stuff that's needed to manufacture hundreds of millions of doses of vaccines. We were also buying syringes, alcohol pads, assembling administration kits. capacity for vaccines and monoclonal antibodies is in tight supply around the world in normal conditions. Much more so during a pandemic, when everybody is rushing to try to develop new treatments or repurpose existing ones, or when people are scared to come to the office or to the factory. You can't do clinical trials or vaccine manufacturing remotely. You have to be there and accept the risk. It's still amazing to me how many people have actually accepted that risk to allow the success of the mission. And these people really have dedicated this time of their life to make this happen. The National Institute of Health, NIH, made available their network of clinical development centers. And these were complemented with CROs who were contracted in order to provide additional capacity and speed up the recruitment and accelerate the clinical trials. The government funded several mobile clinical development centers so that this could be quickly moved across multiple parts of the country with the hope of finding patients in advance of the next viral surge. So the absolute priority was reduce the timeline, be faster, without impacting product quality, safety, and efficacy. And I have to say the results were impressive. Can we have the next slide? So all the actions we put in place really belong to two big buckets, right? Two different sets of actions. To accelerate and maximize the probability of success in manufacturing, the first set of actions focused on the capacity. We were given directions to prioritize domestic manufacturing of the products we were supporting. And we have heard this was a common refrain around the world. Every government wanted to have more control of their destiny, of their supply chain. But we all know, having worked in this industry for long, that supply chains are long and complex. And if you just crawl up long enough, you'll end up someplace elsewhere, sometimes unexpected. So having all domestic manufacturing was not always possible. But to be this wasn't a mandate. It was certainly a preference, and sometimes it wasn't possible, so we had to work with what we had available. As you know, there isn't a lot of vaccine manufacturing capacity in the US, not with the big vaccine manufacturer, certainly not with the CDMOs. Monoclonal capacity in the US is mostly concentrated with the innovators, and the innovators tend to keep that capacity for their products and pipeline and not to make it available to possible competitors. In addition to this, antitrust legislation tends to prevent that and makes it difficult and even risky for competitors to share the very information that would be required to identify a possible manufacturing collaboration. We had plenty of calls with several companies, with pharma, with bio, to discuss this. How could we help and facilitate this collaboration? And partnership and collaboration has been a refrain that I've heard throughout the day today, was clearly a key component of the success of anything that has happened. So at the very beginning, we worked with the industry associations and the Department of Justice to clarify that in the current emergency environment and for the purpose of developing treatments for COVID or the conditions generated by COVID, such collaborations were allowed because they were actually helping consumers. So these collaborations were actually encouraged. And this allowed later on manufacturing collaborations between Eli Lilly and Amgen, Regeneron and Genentech, Janssen and Merck, Moderna and Sanofi. And I'm sure these are only the big ones that I'm aware of, that there have been others. Another set of actions was focused on finding and directly making available capacity to manufacture drug substance or to do fill finish. With the team at BARDA, we mapped all US capacity we could identify, and we selected those that most closely matched our expected requirements. Keep in mind, we did not have the full process yet. We did not have product specifications. We, in some cases, didn't even know in what vial we would put the product. Biggest challenge was to identify vaccine drug substance manufacturing capacity meeting the BSL-2 biocontainment standard. BARDA and DARPA, the two government research agencies, had developed in the past a network of 3 such facilities. Unfortunately, none of them had actually ever manufactured a commercial scale product. None had undergone a licensing FDA inspection, and one of the 3 was still under construction with an end of 2021 target completion date. These facilities were not staffed to manufacture any significant quantity of product, since they only manufactured a few development batches every year, and that really had a limited exposure, even if they've been in operations for a few years. But as they say, if you got lemons, you make lemonade. So we selected 2 of the 3 facilities, the emergent plant in Baltimore and the plant still under construction in College Station, Texas, managed by Texas A&M University and operated by Fuji Diosynth, as the most viable candidates to host 4 of our 6 vaccines candidates. The other 2 vaccine candidates were building or already had their own drug substance manufacturing capacity plan and scaling up. We mobilized the US Army Corps of Engineers to help with the management of the construction and retrofitting process, as well as equipment installation for all 4 processes. We ordered the equipment well ahead of finalizing the development of the process. So in some cases, we had to all order alternate equipment because we weren't quite sure exactly what we would end up needing. Next slide, please. Now, one of the key levers the US government can use to ensure prioritized delivery of critical materials in case of national emergency is the Defense Production Act. And I'm sure several of you have heard this, and several of you have actually had to deal with it. Like most legislation, it is quite complex, but the bottom line is that it enables orders by the US government to be prioritized for delivery by domestic manufacturers. In a finite capacity environment, this has clearly consequences for other customers who get deprioritized. When you use this lever in the pharmaceutical supply chain, you need to do it with a lot of care to make sure you minimize any unintended, unwanted consequences. We did not want to create a shortage of life-saving cancer therapies or orphan drugs, for instance, while speeding up a vaccine candidate, which might ultimately fail clinical trials. So in order to manage that, we had a group of Defense Department logistical experts. We helped them learn the terminology of pharma manufacturing, the suppliers, some of the unique things of the pharma work, and they managed this in close collaboration with the suppliers and the manufacturers to identify any shortage risk and mitigate. We ran a just-in-time, super lean supply chain, and we did not allow anyone to take advantage of this system to stockpile components. We actually had personnel from the Department of Defense embed into several of the manufacturing plants, looking at their detailed bills of materials and production plan and validate the need for prioritization of every order. So we were really super careful about this. On the fill finish side, we ran a similar process, and we selected 5 CMOs to complement the 2 companies which had in-house capacity. Some of these CMOs had existing capacity, which was quickly retrofitted to meet the requirements of the specific product assigned. Some vaccines and therapeutics intersected at the same CMO, requiring at times some internal prioritization. We also worked very closely with the FDA to find new homes for products that we had to move out of this CMO to make room for our vaccines. And there were products where we accelerated the transfer working with the FDA. We closely in collaborations with the company and the CMO, we try to reschedule these products around the vaccines and the antibodies in order to mitigate any possible drug shortage. So this was clearly a priority we were keenly aware of. At some of these CMOs, there were new lines on order when we started the projects, which were due for delivery during 2020, and expansion buildings under construction, which we helped, like in the case of drug substance. The companies which had elected to build capacity in-house took advantage of some assistance to speed up the timeline. So everything was done to make it happen faster. For instance, Department of Defense planes flew material and equipment from Europe when commercial freight cargo planes were not available. Special truckloads were escorted over Labor Day weekend, Memorial Day weekend across many states to meet the installation timelines. We worked with the other government agencies to get visa to technicians from outside of the country to come to the US to help with the support, installation, qualifications of this equipment at the time where, as you know, borders were closed. And yet we work with the State Department, and we could get visa and people fly within 48 hours. So this was a lot of small actions to support a project and reduce the timelines to make it operational. But as always happens in this case, the key to success is people. In order to successfully manufacture a pharmaceutical product, you need the right process, you need the right plant, you need all the material, and you need the right people, knowledgeable and properly trained. And this was, like we've heard in other instances today, certainly the biggest hurdle to overcome. And we knew it from the beginning. We had identified it in the first few weeks of the Operations Warp Speed. The plants which did not have an established organization would struggle to build one in the time span we had available. Training time can only be compressed to a limited extent. And to build 10 years of experience, you need 10 years or close to that. Hiring people with experience is certainly an alternative strategy, but first you need to attract them, and then you still need to train them on the specifics of the process they will have to operate. It is a lot easier to attract and hire people when you are an established player with a long history and track record, and you add a relatively small expansion to a large established operation, than if you're building something totally new as a standalone site, and you don't even know whether the product will be successful at the end. So we did not have the luxury of choice, though. We could find no alternative that would allow us to maintain our timeline or even close to it. So once again, the Defense Department mobilized some of its personnel with QC and logistic experience to staff some of these facilities for the first 6 to 8 months to help the startup and the training of the new hires. Unfortunately, not everything worked as we hoped, and what happened at the emergent Bayview site with the Janssen vaccine has been in the news for a while. as much as that failure was felt by everyone on the operations, it is also the evidence of the integrity of the regulatory process. The FDA worked very closely with all sponsors to accelerate the submission and review cycle, but no compromise on the product quality, efficacy, and safety was ever done. Next slide, please. So where are we today? This is the current status as far as vaccines are concerned. We started the vaccination campaign last December, managing an allocation process to direct doses to priority segments of the population based on criteria set by an independent panel of vaccinologists convened by the NIH. The first 4 months of the administration campaign through early April were constrained by the supply. We were running hand-to-mouth 24/7. Plants and DCs operated over Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year Eve. People did not pause for the holidays to maximize the number of doses available. Weekends, forget them. We implemented a sales and operations planning or a supply and operations planning process to create the visibility and the alignment for each vaccine supply chain, including in this process CDC, the sponsors, the manufacturers, the distributors, and overall minimize the risk of glitches. There was a similar process put in place for monoclonal antibodies on a much smaller scale, obviously, that led to the approval and distribution of the Lilly and Regeneron antibody cocktails. No oral antiviral has received an emergency use authorization yet, but the operations is following closely several of them, and we expect to start the distribution of the first one, hopefully before the end of the year. By mid-April this year, the vaccination rate peaked and started to decline very quickly. And we turned from a supply-constrained environment to having to manage the supply chain to avoid trapped inventory and expiry risk. Now, while this may seem like a much easier challenge to deal with after all that had been accomplished to that point, let me remind you that all of this has happened under the limelight. While in a private industry, you have the luxury of not having to talk to the press. That's certainly not the case when you are in government. And I learned that the hard way myself. Newspapers and the media in general have scrutinized everything we have done in order to make the news, creating a very difficult environment to operate in. We know that in the normal supply chain, products expire and they get returned. Public may not be aware of that, and the fact that the few percent unit of vaccine doses may be wasted because the vial had to be punctured and there were not enough patients available to use all doses before the allowable time for that vial expires, while it's normal and well understood, not surprising for any expert, quickly becomes a front page title like millions of doses of vaccines wasted while people die in the ICUs. That certainly puts a lot of pressure on all the people involved. Next slide. With the change in the administration in January, the name of the operations changed to CAG, Countermeasures Acceleration Group, and people started to change too. Moncef Slaoui left and was replaced by Dr. David Kessler, former FDA commissioner. General Gus Perna retired. I will leave the operation in the next few days. Next slide, please. Now, this does not mean that the mission is accomplished and we can all go home. There's still a lot of work to do, as you know, especially those of you who are directly involved in that work. And there is a role for this group, both to continue to support the domestic needs and the international vaccination effort. Key priorities right now, as you know, are the booster campaign and the pediatric vaccine effort. Both priorities require additional clinical data before the FDA will be able to make decisions, while in the meantime, we stockpile doses. And this again involves being ready for different scenarios, possibly different doses, timing, and so on. More and more responsibilities are transitioned from the task force to the government agencies that will carry them and that will leverage the learnings, hopefully, in the next pandemic. Next slide, please. These are a few practical learnings from the Operations Warp Speed experience, which have been shared with the US government and the team. And I think it's worthwhile to take a minute to go through them. First, you must secure the supply chain early, take the financial risk, and focus on the constraints. And this requires a 24/7 focus because the constraints change daily, sometimes hourly. Reliable suppliers who yesterday promised delivery for today inform you of a week or two delay. Everything is tight. And you cannot create a slack, redundancies, because some other parts of the pharmaceutical chain would pay the price, and there is a cost for public health for that too. Having a warm industrial base with adequate staffing level, it's a key advantage. And the US government should support it. And I believe this will happen here. I believe this will happen actually around the world. Pandemic is no time to start a greenfield facility. It is a lot easier to expand by 10% a plant with 1,000 people than to double a plant with 100 people. Scale matters and is an advantage in this situation. And I have to say that as demonstrated through this case and probably in similar other situations. GMP compliance is more critical than ever. Failing in it not only lead to delays, as we have experienced, but even worse, could undermine the public trust in the vaccine or therapeutic product. And we do need to build that trust in peacetime, because during a pandemic, it is certainly a lot more challenging to try to do it. Don't underestimate the distribution aspects. They're complex and require alignment. The supply and operations planning process can help with that. You need all parts of the supply chain to perform to ensure that at the end of the day, each person can receive their shot in the arm. We talked earlier today about cold chain, how much the industry has learned about managing the cold chain. That's true, the industry has learned to manage the cold chain, but in this case, we had to arrange for the cold chain to get all the way down to the administration center. And that required creating a supply chain for dry ice across the US to be able to replace the dry ice in the containers every week or more often than that. So we had set up a service to deliver dry ice daily to all administration centers with a response time of less than 8 hours. Finally, think about the configuration, packaging, and shipping bundles. Making the use of the product in the field efficient, effective, and easy is more important than making the manufacturing efficient. Any small inconvenience in the administration of the vaccine becomes a huge burden when it repeats itself hundreds of millions of times in a short period of time. Next slide. And to conclude, I hope I've provided enough context to answer this question. Was this operations really a success? It certainly exceeded my initial expectations and gave all Americans a chance to get the COVID vaccine faster than anybody believed possible, or a more effective treatment options to those who had contracted COVID and were at high risk of hospitalization. I don't believe that without these collaborations, the companies alone would have achieved the same timelines and the same scale we have delivered working together. We reached a collaboration between the US government and the industry that I've never seen before in my career. And I personally believe that is a positive thing that can lead to more innovation, as well as a more resilient pharmaceutical supply chain. Maybe not fully domestic supply chain ever, and I don't think that should be the objective, but certainly the companies have learned more about how to make a supply chain more resilient. The government has learned more about what does that mean and how the government can contribute to that effort. Overall, I think we certainly learned some lessons that will be very useful for the next pandemic. Did we do enough to ensure that the number of people accepting the vaccine was the highest possible? Should we have done more? These are the questions I still have in mind, and I'm not so sure I have an answer for. I'm not a communication expert, right? But the fact that today we lag many other countries in vaccination rates must trigger some thinking on how to do better next time. Because we all know there will be a next time. It's not a question of if. And I hope we will be much better prepared for it. With that, I would like to thank you all for your attention, the time you spent with me, and I will be happy to take any question you may have. Thank you.
Wow, Dr. Carlo, that was so interesting. Of course, it's quite a story, and despite the fact that we knew, well, it's not over yet, of course, but we knew what the ending would be, I found myself on the edge of the seat. So thank you so much for sharing it with us. We are close to time. I do want to ask you one question though. And it's the question actually that you asked of Conrad. So is this the beginning of the end of globalization? You sort of alluded to it in some of your last remarks, but what is your thought on that? It was so interesting that you even asked that question. So if you wouldn't mind, please.
Yeah, listen, my view is it certainly has accelerated a trend which had already started. I agree with Conrad's response. Something was there already before the pandemic, right? The financial crisis had highlighted some of the drawbacks of global supply chains. And companies had started to look at these aspects to create contingency plans for some of the disasters. And I think the impetus today has been towards a slightly different approach to resilience in a supply chain. Regionalization, blocks that people feel more comfortable working within, certainly less global, closer proximity, not necessarily domestic. I don't believe that a fully domestic supply chain will ever be possible or even desirable. But I think that we're going to have to reconsider some of that. And this will become a major topic of debate over the next few years once the hot time of the emergency is over and people can sit back and relax and focus on building readiness for the future.
Great. Well, we will have to leave it there, Dr. Carlo. Thank you so much, for being with us today, for your very compelling story, and for your unique role in saving the world. And, all the best and congratulations again on your retirement. Maybe you'll be able to stay there a little longer this time, but hopefully if we need you again, you'll be perhaps back to give us some counsel. So thank you again. Please take care.
Thank you.
I hope that all of you found all of the discussions to be valuable. Thank you for coming and for hanging out. Our wonderful committee, thank you, our sponsors, all of our speakers, our awesome BioNJ team, and of course, all of you for joining us and for what you do each and every day. As we said, it takes a village, right? And you all have contributed to saving the world from your little corner, our little corners of the world. So hope to see you at a future BioNJ event, our C-Suite Summit on October 15th, and our networking event on October 14th, leading up to that at the Basking Ridge Country Club. You can check out bionj.org for information on all of those things. If you're not a member, please call Kim Minton. And again, stay safe, stay well, and I look forward to seeing you very much again, and hopefully in person. Take care in the meantime. Thank you.